Got a thumbs up. Awesome. Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. We are here today, June 9, 2026, for our regular commission meeting. The time is 6:03. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll for us?
Mayor Groff,
Here.
Vice Mayor Amsler. Here. Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Huntington.
Here.
Commissioner Samara.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can we do the Pledge of Allegiance, please? What I do. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. So let's move on down to our next item, additions, deletions, and withdrawals. Do we have any from the commission this evening?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
or if I could, we have two items that are that we would like to combine. Yes, yeah, can you hear me? No.
Sounds like it's off. Borrow the clerks, maybe?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, that's better. All right, so we have two items that we like to combine, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Both are dealing with the same subject. We have ordinance number 10B, which is the procurement ordinance, purchasing procurement. And then we have a companion resolution that goes along with that. And that is 11, that is number F. So if 10F,
10B and 10F, you're saying?
no, 10B and 11F.
11F.
11F. So if we can combine those two and
Okay.
and be heard at the same time also.
Okay. Okay.
And then, Mr. Mayor, our presentations, number 5A, an emergency, he's not going to be here tonight.
Okay, so 5A will move to hopefully next month when they are able to join us.
Yes.
And I understand in place of 5A, we have something from our police department this evening. Is that all right? 5A? Okay. So we'll make that swap. Okay. I got those. Any others?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like
Yes.
to defer 13A if possible. I see it as a very valuable conversation, but I see it as more of a conversation for next month after we have more of a final resolution as what's going to happen with Doral tomorrow night. I see that as a complete conversation next month more than a conversation tonight.
You talk about my item?
Yes, I think it'd be better to talk about it next month once we know what Doral says tomorrow night.
So mine is a discussion item. I don't understand why you're pulling my item for waiting for a resolution.
Commissioner, if they come back and say they wouldn't like to donate for $1 or sell it to us for $1, they'd rather sell it to us for $10,000, then we don't have a conversation, do we?
It's not a okay, so that's fine. I understand. That's okay. What I'm going to do is actually pull it into commissioner's report. That was going to be my move into the agenda tonight.
Okay.
Right.
Got it. Any others?
And yes, so I am going to, before we proceed to the agenda, I was going to pull the minutes from May because they were not reflecting the changes I requested, but I'm not going to go back and forth on this. We have an extensive agenda, very important items that we have to talk about tonight. So I'm just going to have an okay that, but I wanted to put that on the record.
That's G. Okay. All right.
That's right.
Yep, that's correct. Okay. It'll go forward with your comments, Commissioner. Okay. Any others? Going once, going twice. Okay. All right, great. So I think I have everything down here. Do I have a motion and second to approve the agenda as it's been amended?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as it is.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great. Okay, so let's get down to our presentations, our modified presentations. I understand we have something from our police department this evening for 5A, so you guys have the floor. Yep. There it is.
All right,
Fantastic.
Commissioners, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, I thank you for the opportunity to have me here speaking with you tonight, village residents. So I'm standing before you here tonight because I believe there comes a time during someone's tenure in an organization where recognition is due and recognition is merited. So earlier today, we presented our police chief with a plaque of appreciation. But it goes a lot deeper than that, than just presenting a plaque to someone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Officer Martinez. I'm going on close to 15 years with the police department. During my time here, I've seen a lot of things. I've lived a lot of things. I've been through good times, and I've been through very trying times. I've been through 8 different administrations here. That means that I've been through 8 different police chiefs. 8 different styles of leadership. And throughout my time here, to my knowledge, I don't believe there's ever been an officer to stand before you here tonight and speak to you what I'm about to speak. So I want to start by saying this. Our chief, Carlos Avila, he doesn't need any recognition. His history and his accolades within law enforcement, they speak for themselves. However, what we believe does deserve recognition is what his leadership has done for this department, for the village of Biscayne Park. You know, a long time ago, I had a mentor that told me this. He told me, to be a good leader, you must first be an excellent servant. And those words stuck with me. And that's what we have here. It's not just another administrator. And not just someone giving out orders, but we have a police chief that stands alongside of his men. He stands before his community and he's able to serve in a very important word. He's able to serve in excellence. So our department, we would like to express our sincere appreciation for his leadership, for the leadership that the chief has provided to this agency. You know, since taking the helm, he has brought a clear vision, strong accountability, and a commitment to professionalism that has had a positive impact throughout the department. He's created an environment where officers and staff feel supported, valued, and empowered to do our jobs. He's encouraged open communication. He welcomes input and takes the time to listen to concerns and ideas from all levels throughout the organization. And this is something very important, what I'm about to tell you. He has strengthened morale. And I believe that's the most important thing. He's built unity, and he's kept us focused on our mission of serving and protecting this community. You know, and I could be here all night going through all of these things. There's so much more I could speak on that our chief has done. But the bottom line is this, is that the positive changes we've experienced as a department are a direct reflection of his commitment to both our officers and to the community that we serve. In my tenure here, it's getting close to 15 years. Detective Santiago has been here a little bit before me, so he's made over 15 years, I'm sure, at this point. And I could speak, and I'm sure I'm speaking for him as well, that there has never been such stability in this department as what we have right now. By far, beyond a shadow of a doubt, Chief Avila is the most professional and qualified chief that this village has ever seen. And we are beyond grateful and beyond lucky to have this man serving as a police chief here. So at this moment, I'll call up Detective Marrero. We have a plaque that we want to present to the chief. Chief, if you could come up here. On behalf of this department, I want to express our gratitude for your leadership, Chief, and your guidance. And we're proud of the progress that we have made under your direction and thankful for the example that you continue to set for us every single day. So we thank you. Not only do we thank the chief, but we thank the commission. We thank our village manager. We thank the residents. You know, You all are such a vital part in this because this police chief may not be here today if it wasn't for decisions and talks that happen amongst the residents and amongst the commission. So we want to thank you. We give you guys gratitude as well for that. So we look forward to the future, what the future holds for this agency. We continue to do one thing very well, is to serve the residents of Biscayne Park in excellence. Thank you for your time. If anybody wants pictures, now will probably be the time.
Everybody else hiding outside.
Thank you. Thank you.
You say something?
I don't even know what to say.
You have to.
I'm humbled. In my 46 years, I've received just about every award that a police officer can receive, except for the Purple Heart, and I don't want that one. I'm sorry, I really don't know what to say. I'm so humbled, and I'm going to get these guys because they got away with this without me knowing. But thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Officers, thank you so much for bringing this to our attention and doing it here during our commission meeting. Chief, we're very happy to see that things are going so well and that you're so well respected here. I think the commission would echo the sentiments of the police department that we've seen a lot of positive change, and a lot of that has to do with you. So thank you very much. Thank you all.
There's going to, if I'm correct, the police department's gonna be receiving an award in
July.
July 30th and 31st. I'm going to attend it. But I also wanted to bring it, if we can bring it at the next commission meeting in August to present the same award. That they're gonna.
After
Yeah,
it's
they're gonna
the end of July.
Yeah, they're gonna receive it, July 30th, 31st.
Sure.
Up in Orlando, and I figured
should
to put it on the
absolutely-
agenda.
You
in
should
August.
absolutely recognize them. Definitely.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. So very quickly, quick little change of procedure here. I know we want to get down to 5B. We have our presentation, but we do have someone that just walked in and joined us. So I'm just going to very quickly do this. So apologies. Do I have to walk this on? Do I have to get approval from the commission for this? It's an additional presentation. So let me just let everyone know. So the Village of Biscayne Park yesterday took part in the Youth Governance Day program, which appointed local high school students to be mayor for the day. So we had a local high school student, Honda? Yes, sorry, I just want to make sure I pronounced that correctly. So Honda joined us yesterday. She spent some time here in the Village of Biscayne Park. She got to see all of our departments. She spent a lot of time with Doreen. Doreen was great in taking her around. Walked her through what code does, walked her through what our departments do, how dedicated they are, how hard they all work. We sat together, we talked about what the commission's roles are, what elected officials' roles are. She was very attentive. She was very eager to learn. She had a lot of really great questions. I know we talked about if you wanted to speak before everyone, the invitation is open if you so choose, but I'm not going to force you to do it if you don't want. But as part of that, as part of the Governance Day, the Youth Governance Day program, we have a certificate of completion to present to her. And we asked her to come back this evening to receive the certificate of completion in front of the commission and our residents. So Honda, if you'd like to come up and receive this, we can get a picture with the commission if you'd like. Again, mic's open for you if you'd like to say anything at all, but of course you can.
Okay, I have something prepared.
Just you got to speak into the microphone for us if you wouldn't mind.
Hello?
There you go.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, Mayor Groth and members of the commission, village staff and residents. My name is Honda Farouk. Yesterday, I had the utmost privilege on participating in Mayor of the Day program through Virtuum Populo here in Biscayne Park. I want to thank Mayor Groth and Mr. Childress and the village staff and Virtuum Populo for making this experience possible and welcoming me so warmly. Before this experience, I understood that local government was so critical and important, and I didn't fully realize how much thought, collaboration, and dedication goes through serving such a community. Throughout the day, I learned about challenges in Biscayne Park through the budgets, preserving Biscayne's unique tree canopy, and maintaining infrastructure and making decisions that reflect the needs of the residents. What stood out to me the most was the commitment of the people who work every day to protect the character of the village while planning for the future. And this experience has showed me that leadership is not about just making experience, but it's about listening, building trust, and serving others. Programs like Mayor of the Day give students a unique opportunity to learn directly from public officials and become more engaged in members of their community. And I'm so grateful for this opportunity, and it inspired me to stay more involved in my community. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
So if you wouldn't mind, we can present to you the certificate here and maybe get a photo with the commission? Sure. Well, it's just the certificate of completion is for successful completion of the third annual Miami-Dade County Youth Governance Day Leadership Program. The certificate recognizes, Honda, your active participation, civic engagement, and leadership as you stepped inside the local government. So thank you very much for being a part of it. Okay. All right, so let's move on to our final presentation for the evening, and it's a presentation from Kimberly Horn. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everybody, Mayor, commissioners, and staff, and everybody. My name is Ravi Vijayasundara. I'm with the consulting firm Kimberly Horn and Associates. I'm excited to be here today to give you an overview of the village safety action plan that we started working on about six weeks ago. So the goal of the safety action plan is that we recognize roadway deaths and serious injuries, that whether it involves a motorist, a pedestrian, or cyclist, or motorcyclist, are unacceptable outcomes. The only acceptable goal is zero. So this is part of the nationwide efforts called the Vision Zero initiative, where there's a federal funding is available through a competitive grants program to develop the safety action plans, to develop a roadmap with a data-driven analysis to identify the priority areas of the safety, where do these crashes happen, what locations, what priorities are, and then to help to use that safety action plan to leverage to go for the implementation funding, and then also to partner with the local agencies such as the county and the Florida Department of Transportation to implement those actions. So that's the overall plan of the goal of the safety action plan. It's essentially a partnership with the community partnership. So what we are requesting everybody is to help to get the word out that we started the plan. Obviously, there's a lot of information will be available from the website as well as through the Biscayne app and the email communications. That the word will go out. So we definitely want the participation of the community to provide your experiences about the safety issues so that we can develop an effective plan. And then we are also partnering with the agencies such as Miami-Dade County, the Miami-Dade MPO, the Florida Department of Transportation. We already worked to establish a steering committee that will have the membership of those as well as the village staff. And then we also know that 4 members from the community volunteered to serve for that the steering committee. So this effort will go for the next about 9 months, and we plan to come to you in December or January to present the plan. Then also we'll be requesting to adopt the plan with a resolution, and then also part of it that we want to establish an aspirational goal to reach to 0 fatal crashes and serious injuries. That's part of the resolution. So this month, what's happening, we are going to have a workshop later this month. We'll provide more information of that. And then we also started an online survey that was distributed through the village in the website and then also through the email communication. So we definitely look forward to the participation and input on that one. And we will follow all the analysis and processes following the federal guidelines because this is a federal funded project, and we will be following all the steps for that. So these are the announcements of the online survey that will be available until July 15th. It will probably take no more than 5 minutes of your time. So we definitely encourage you to provide input. The workshop is on June 27th. It's a Saturday. From 9 to 10:30 here. We want to come and present information, listen to you, get your input face to face. In the last 6 weeks, we have done quite a bit of work, especially looking into the crashes, the crash data for the village in the last 5 years. In the years from 2021 to 2025, there were about 219 crashes happened. There was one fatal crash in 2024. And then there were some 2 serious injury crashes and several crashes that resulted in injuries. It's good to see there's a downward trend, but of course, we have to continue to work to get to the goal of 0. Some of the initial findings from our analysis. So this is, think of this as a weather map that you see whenever there's a storm coming in and you see the different colors. So this one is when you map the crash data, we want to identify where the hotspots are, where the concentration of crashes. So this one shows your major roads, Northeast 6th Avenue and Griffin Boulevard. Obviously, those carry most of the traffic and experience highest speeds, have more high intensity of crashes, but also you see several community streets also experience some crashes. So this help us to identify the priority areas and the locations. Mention that we are emphasizing on the fatal and injury crashes, and this map shows where those crashes happened. One of our focus area is to prevent crashes involving, we call the vulnerable road users. That basically pedestrians, cyclists, and motorcyclists, because we know anytime we are crash involving those user groups can result in more serious crashes. So this map shows that in the same period, the crashes that involve pedestrian, cyclist, or motorcyclist. You can see some of the pedestrian crashes actually happen on the community streets. And there were multiple crashes involving motorcyclists along the 6th Avenue and the Griffin Boulevard. We also going to look at the crashes during nighttime because nighttime crashes are another area where it can be more serious, can result in more serious crashes. With this, all the analysis, we want to identify a priority location. So the one of the processes that we do is to develop the so-called the high injury network, where we identify a priority road segments and the priority intersections. Those locations see about 80% of the crashes that happen in the last 5 years happen at those locations. So when we embark on this development of strategies, we will look at the different roadway types because we understand the context of these roads, and especially the local roads. We understand you have unique character of your community roads and certain things that we have to, the strategies need to be consistent with the community character and the streets. The strategy development will focus on the roads that we have identified as a high injury network. And then we also focus on some low-cost system-wide treatments. We call the systemic countermeasures, targeting the risk factors. Beyond the infrastructure improvements, we will also focus on the policy and process enhancements. It could be the certain things you can add to your complaint. That way, you can address certain safety issues proactively. This will go into the prioritization and then the implementation plan. So that's a very quick overview of the work that we started on. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Great. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. This time I'll ask the commission if there are any questions.
No, I don't have any. Just to thank you for coming.
Thank you.
No questions either. Just say I'm excited for the project. I like the high injury network. I can definitely say that Walking the Village concurs with what I'm seeing on the roads. And I want to thank the residents who volunteered for the steering committee as well. Excited for June 27th. I'll be there.
Yeah, thank you.
Just out of curiosity, how soon do we have a link for that online survey yet?
The survey that you mean it was posted to the website.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Got it.
And then also we are working with the IT staff to have a web page within the website that is dedicated to the safety action plan. So we can post all these announcements as well as the material that we develop to the website so that even if you miss a workshop, you will have that access to those information.
Okay. I just curious because I know with one specific community project that I recall we had a lot of success with was our strategic plan. We had a lot of feedback on that one, and that had a lot to do with just getting this message out to everyone we can. And this issue, traffic issues, very critical and very top of mind for a lot of people. So I'm just thinking of the ways we can get it out to everybody. So if we have that website set up, then that would be great.
Yeah, definitely. We are working on that.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay.
The website per se, you said?
It's a web page within the village's website. Yes.
So all the process from the capturing of the data that you have until the report itself with the recommendations, how long is it going to take?
If we can go back to the
It was
schedule.
messy. I think it was your last slide right before it ended.
Could we go back to the presentation, please?
And then while that is being pulled, what data points are you absorbing? So this is community workshop, the website per se, or the information that you're tracking through the feedback from residents, police reports?
Right.
Anything else I'm missing?
Definitely, those are the main ones. We also look at the part of it's called the equity analysis, meaning not all the road users will have the same needs. For example, if you are an elderly road user, your needs are different. So we also looking at the different aspects of the safety. We try to slice the data and look at it from the different angles because to work toward the goal zero, we understand the different road users have different needs. So that's one area. And then also looking at proactively, the recommendations could also include awareness aspect of it, the education, whether that's something that you can work with the community traffic safety team. And then I know the enforcement staff here, they will be part of the steering committee, their input, because they get to see day in, day out all the safety issues in the community, and their input will be absolutely critical for the study.
Thank you. Those were my question. If I can add on the mayor's point on communications, the reason why it was so successful, I think, is it was treated through multiple mediums. So a lot of people that might not have access to the link itself or a QR code reader got doorknobs posted, and there was in the medians we had signs that had the QR code, and
Mhm.
they would kind of guide them through the web to the website. So it was digital as well, but there were many ways to finding out that was happening.
Yeah.
So are you guys controlling the communication, or is the village doing that?
The village is doing the end communication, but we'll be providing the material that's needed.
Right. So I would just say, and this is for staff to make sure to utilize every aspect, every social media. I mean, there had been so many people talking about
Mhm.
traffic and safety in general that this is the perfect opportunity to engage as many people as we can. I'll be in. Thank
Yep.
you.
Okay, thank you.
That brought up one other question.
Yeah.
I know you said July 17th is the deadline.
June, for the survey,
June 17th?
June 15th is the survey cutoff time, the deadline that we established, and the workshop is on the 27th of this month.
Okay, so the survey is only till June 15th, so only
The survey until July 15th.
July 15th.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
so
have more than a month.
my question is, if we don't see enough participation in that month, is there
Mhm.
any chance we can extend that? If we say we
Yeah.
only see 1%, 2%, we can extend that?
Definitely.
It is summer, kids just got out of school. I'm sure everyone's busy.
Yeah.
Maybe a possibility, if we don't see enough participation, we can continue.
Absolutely, yeah.
Al, do we think this is something we can run out on notices again on the app, just with the link and?
It actually
Maybe
came out yesterday on the
I'm
app.
gonna say, well, all right, well, we'll schedule a reminder then.
So I
Thank you.
brought up the schedule here, just so you
Oh.
see.
Veronica, did you have a question about this one here?
Now, so people are not looking at this online. That I'm following the link that.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. No, so yeah, the dates. Thank you.
Okay.
So when will we see you next? Is there an interim point? You come and present? Is there a final report? Is there a community engagement in the middle? How does it work?
Yeah, so the community engagement, the workshop on the 27th mentioned, and then we also have two other, we can come, and then maybe probably like hour before this commission happened during one of the months, we can come and set up somewhere and then have the information ready, so the public who are coming to the meeting, they can provide input. We can do it twice. So in between, and then the next formal update is at this conclusion of the study. And at the December, then before that, we will share the draft report with you, so you can take a look at it, review it, and provide input. But in the meantime, with the web and all the website web page that we are developing, there will be information available. Of course, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. My information is on the last page of the presentation.
Awesome. And my last, based on this for you, is once you have the proposal, and I'm guessing there's going to be this recommendation, is it cost-based? So you come back with a plan that says this is how much the solution would cost?
The action plan is a roadmap. So let's I think I mentioned in the very last slide, we will look at different strategies, whether focusing on the high injury network or the short-term improvements. It can be improving the sight lines at the corners, because there could be overgrown landscaping that blocks the view, because we have a lot of people, just a lot of stop signs. Sometimes person can run the stop sign or may not be paying attention. Those type of improving the sight lines. There's going to be a variety of recommendations. Idea is to try to target the low hanging fruit, to say, like the things that can be done easily. We can identify those and put it in a different bucket that will not need a lot of money to implement, that can be programmed and implemented. But the ones that you will need capital intensive projects, so to say, that you will need more time. The safety action plan or the partnering with the county and the Florida Department of Transportation, those funding strategies, that will add. So we will identify basically what can be done sooner and then what it will take more time.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here with us.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So that wraps up our presentations for the evening. And now my agenda disappeared. Give me 1 second. There it is. Okay. So with our presentations concluded, let's move on down to our public comment. So we'll start with our comments here in the log cabin. We'll move on to Zoom from there. And just a reminder for everyone, public comment is 3 minutes, and please provide us with your name and address.
Barbara Kuehl, 777 Northeast 111th Street. I wrote to all of you commissioners about an item that was on the agenda last month. It was an ordinance to change the way we do competitive bidding, changing it from an ordinance to a resolution. Okay, this month on the agenda, you had the second reading of the ordinance, and you also had the plan for the resolution that you were proposing of a booklet, a procedural booklet. In the charter, there's only one sentence about competitive bidding, and it says, the competitive bid procedures shall be established by ordinance. You can do any kind of ordinance you want. It gives you the opportunity to change the ordinance, but the charter states that competitive bidding must be done by ordinance. The manager wrote back to me and said that he and the attorney didn't agree with me, but I'd like to know how you can have our charter state that competitive bidding has to be done by an ordinance, and then you're changing that statement by using a resolution to do competitive bidding. The charter is the one that you must follow. You can amend or repeal any of the ordinances in the charter by ordinance and bringing it to the voters. And if you feel that it's important to change it, that's what you have to do. You cannot change it by just doing an ordinance saying from now on, it's going to be done by resolution. The other thing that, I mean, even if you go ahead and do this, which I think is a big mistake, and I think it's incorrect, you know, attorneys, managers make decisions all the time. That's why we have courts. There are attorneys that disagree with how they interpret the law. But I don't know how you can reconcile what our charter says and what you're proposing to do. The other thing that is extremely troubling is the fact that you are raising the competitive procurement threshold from $10,000 to $50,000 without commission approval. When I was on the charter committee, and one of the most important things, one of the highest priorities was safeguarding the finances of this village. Just to borrow money, they went with a supermajority, and they also requested a feasibility study to make sure the village was able to repay the money. Now you're taking $50,000, giving it to a manager, letting that manager not even do competitive bidding, but just assessing what he would like to do. Just remember, it was less than 2 years ago, Chris Truitt was our manager. Would you be proposing this $50,000 if Chris Truitt was here? We have managers for 2 or 3 years at a time. This is not what the village should be doing. You are here to safeguard the money and look over what's happening, not to give it to somebody else to take care of. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners, fellow neighbors and friends and staff. And I'm sorry I haven't been here for a while, but you'll be wonderfully annoyed to know that I'm back. And back with the same issue I've been annoying you with for a long time, for a decade. David Raymond, 11520 Northeast 9th Avenue. And so most of you know, it's the same commission I've been talking to since before I took my little hiatus here. The drains, I left here maybe a year ago and I had some health and other issues going on and haven't been able to be back other than by Zoom. But I thought we had a contract in place to clean the drains twice a year. I don't know. Now I'm told I need to do a public records request to find out if that's happening. I find that very unpalatable. So I'm still asking, are the drains being cleaned twice a year? I still can't get an answer to that. The other thing is, I was here Saturday and I was very grateful to see Anna and her committee and Art and Ryan out on one of the medians putting in stakes for the new trees. I'm very happy to see the new trees going in. All I would ask is please don't take out any more, please. Unless they're really falling on somebody's house, please just leave the rest of the trees where they are because we've lost so many trees and the plan to replace them is there. I'm glad to see the grants, the Forestry grant today, and I'm grateful for all that, but please stop taking out the trees that we have. There are trees that need maintenance, that need lifting and things like that, but please leave the other ones alone. 6th Avenue, I know there's a plan in there to hire a company potentially to do maintenance. I was on the Parks and Parkway Committee when we got maybe $1,000 a year from the state to maintain that roadway, and one of the public works manager was very proud of himself for getting $2,000 or whatever it is we get now, and now it's going to cost us like $20,000 to maintain that. I'm not sure why we're doing that. If it's the state property, I don't know why we don't go back to them before we sign a contract with somebody to pay for that. The motorcycle item, I hear that's being shuffled around, but I know when we used to have the motorcycle officer here every Friday, and I'm sorry, I'm blanking on his name. He was the one who was writing tickets. And that was his job. And there were always, he would be in front of our house, which 9th Avenue does not get a lot of attention for tickets, but he was out there almost every Friday, parked within a block of our lawn, writing somebody a ticket, which I was very glad to see, as opposed to us almost getting run down. So I would say if you can get these motorcycles and if we have officers trained to ride them and give out tickets, because I know once they're on those motorcycles, that's typically, at least what I've been told, I don't know, Chief, if that's still how it works, but usually the motorcycle officers are the ones who are doing traffic enforcement. So that would be wonderful if that works. 2 other quick things. The potholes are just getting worse. I don't know if we can just, go street by street and identify where these are. Between the rains and all the construction trucks and delivery, it's just getting really bad. Last thing, and I know I'm getting the cane here, but is we're having all these presentations, all these other things, and maybe I've missed this, but are we discussing the impact of the property tax changes? Is that going to happen at some point? That would have been my first presentation tonight, by the way, but I don't know if that's happening or not. Thank you.
Gary Kuehl, 777 Northeast 111th Street. Several times I brought up the subject of getting out a letter listing the common code items, code requirements, like when you put your garbage cans out, when you bring them in, trash piles, so on and so forth. Last Friday, Barbara and I took a little 3-block spin. We were walking around getting some exercise, just 3 blocks. 5 houses had trash piles out on Friday. 3 houses actually had their garbage cans out. Now, I don't know if they're new homeowners or old homeowners, people that just ignore it, but I think it's a prelude to even giving courtesy notices or knocking on people's doors. It's simple. Just come up with a list of common complaints. We have a house that just sold down the block for us for $4.3 million. The house next to it, I think they're asking more. And to the west of us is one that's probably going to be $5 or $6 million. I would think paying that price, I would be appalled at the idea. Oh, and one of the houses in our block actually had their trash in the street 2 times. Across the street from us, this owner, the previous owner, every Friday religiously puts a pile of trash out there about that high. Now, those situations, I can't understand how those get ignored. Not month after month or week after week, year after year. Again, I think it's a very simple thing to get a letter out, put everybody on notice. There are those people that simply don't know and should be informed. And then again, we have new homeowners that have come to the village. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Anna Daly on 655 Northeast 115th Street. I feel like I'm coming every month with not exciting news to share, except for there is exciting news to share, and that we're finally putting trees in this month, and we're super excited about it. We've had a lot of engagement. The process has been about a year that we've made all these plans and learned a whole lot about trees and what will work and what won't. And we're thrilled. We think it's going to be beautiful. We hope the residents are happy with our work. And when we were talking with Alan Saturday, we learned that he'll be moving forward with the other grant to get the second grant of trees putting in. So hopefully in the next couple of months, we'll have 142 trees, if I'm remembering the numbers right, put in the ground. At least in a couple months. So round 1 should be done this summer. We're thrilled about. We'll get the final paperwork to Al so he can act on it in the next couple of weeks. And then personally, I'm thrilled about the Safety Action Committee and the plan. I know that there's been a lot of concerns in the neighborhood about safety. I tried to do the link yesterday when I got the notice in the app and I couldn't click the document. The link that's underneath the QR code isn't clickable. I don't know who is responsible for that or how that works. So I was able to access it in the meeting tonight by manually entering it. But I had the time right now. Had I not been sitting here, I wouldn't have done that. So I don't know if we could figure that technical glitch. That's all. Thank you.
Any others in the log cabin? Going once, going twice. Okay. All right. Thank you. Do we have anyone on Zoom that would like to provide public comment?
Sure. Hi, everyone. John Holland, 844 Northeast 119th Street. I'll be quick. Just wanted to say thank you again to Anna for her leadership on the Parks and Parkways Board and helping to get us to the point where we're actually getting stakes in the ground. And the team, of course, who it's been a real team effort. I think particularly since some of us had travel conflicts and life stuff that was happening, and we were able to just keep moving things forward. So thank you again, everybody.
Okay. Any others on Zoom? I don't see any others. So going once. Yes. Oh, go ahead, Madam Clerk, please. You just make sure sorry, can you move that just a little bit closer for her?
1940 Northeast 5th Avenue.
Is this again?
Elizabeth and Emilia Martinez. We are Elizabeth and Emilia Martinez, residents of Biscayne Park, living on 5th Avenue for the past 31 years. We are happy to see the Park and Parkway Board Village are moving forward with plantings of trees along the park medians, especially those that lost trees during the Australian pines removal. Our thanks to you that orchestrated this. We are wondering though, if the board has any intentions on planting trees on Northeast 5th Avenue in your research for which median should receive new plantings. Did the board even walk our street? Our medians has been a mess for years with absolute bald patches and dips that threatens to break the water lines directly underneath them. As many has in recent years for Emilio and I have complained to the commission, to the village, to the public works department, to the manager, and yet nothing has happened to improve the Northeast Fifth Avenue median. It's a dirt patch, it's an eyesore, therefore it's an invitation for drivers to drive right through them. And they do, neighbors, guests, neighborhoods, guests, delivery drivers, construction vehicles. It's a ball patch, so it's fair game. Currently, the village has bright orange plastic construction fence and a few orange caution tapes in place to keep the never-ending parade of construction trucks off the median. We are grateful for that, but we are hoping we can expect more attention than that during the replanting project. Could you please let us know your plans for our street? We are happy to welcome you to our side of the park and do a walkthrough. Yes.
Just the one? Okay. Okay. All right, great. Thank you, everyone, that provided public comment. So we'll close public comment at this time and we will go down to our next section, commission reply to comments. Ask the commission if there's any reply to the public comment that we received at this time.
I had a chance actually to meet with Elizabeth Emilio today from that email. And I know that the Parks and Parkway Board also received an email from them and was very responsive. They went and already walked that block, met with them, and they're going to try to include them in their project whenever they can.
Okay. Excellent. Any other replies at this time?
I'll comment on the residents' comment in reference when the ordinance comes up.
Okay.
Thank you for the comment. So, Barbara, are you staying with us? Because we're gonna have a discussion with that. Okay. I think we'll talk in extents and hopefully you'll get a summary of, because there's gonna be conversations about that. I have similar questions. David, on the drains, thank you for being the advocate on this and always like pushing for this to happen. I know you were told you need a public record request. I don't agree with that. I think, I don't know if John knows or the manager can clarify, but we're supposed to have this in schedule. So the question is more the staff, if we have an answer as to how often do they come or have any sort of feedback before he pulls any record.
Commissioner, we're working on an LTC to answer all the questions.
There you go. So hopefully you get your answer. LTC means letter to the commission. So hopefully that can be forwarded to residents so you all know if your corner and drains are going to be affected. I think also, again, I'm not going to go in all the comments. Gary, I agree. I just wanted to touch bases. The list code, at least on my end as a resident, I'm speaking now, I have gotten a list of all the main issues the code deals with and a time frame, which I thought was very helpful. And I think the education portion of it is part of the long-term strategy. People repeatedly seeing this, hopefully it makes an impact. And also twice already I've had issues with trash in my lawn not being picked up. So I'm hoping that, I had to address it with a vendor. It could be a vendor issue, but something to look into, but I appreciate you pointing that out. Anna, thank you, and to the team, appreciate it. I wanted to come in the last meeting to see where things were kind of at. And I think the last comment on how does it affect me goes back to the last time I think I was in the commission and the board meeting, which is, I don't know if there is something like that exists. Barbara, you might know better, back in the day, maybe pointing out like where the map is suffering the most or is going to see in a positive note the most effect of all these grants that are coming up, and I think, I don't know if it exists or if it can be done. And not that I want to throw more onto whatever you do. I'm just wondering, if that question can be answered and if anybody can access like a Google map or something like that. I don't know. I think at some point, I know, Barbara, you kind of kept record of all the trees that were affected. And so I don't know, maybe some liaison to be done over there. And that's it for me. I think the rest we'll talk over in the agenda. So thank you.
For just two quick things. I want to just say that I completely agree with Gary that there seems to be a lack of understanding from the community on, there's on a myriad of things, construction, garbage, boats in the front yard, trailers in the front yard. There's a lot of things that are happening that I see every day. And I think that we really do need to do a better job of communicating, maybe the top 10 things that are just so visible to everybody that, that lives and drives and walks in this community. So I think that we need to do that. I think that that's a very valid point. The other thing that I wanted just to ask a quick question about was the construction signs that we had passed back when Mac was here. I don't know what's the status on that. I know I asked about it a while ago, but I don't know where we're at with that. I still don't see them up. So where are we at with that?
So Doreen had printed up some, and we had placed some on some construction sites. You want to come up and just address that?
Good evening. We have finally been able to find a vendor that did the signs for the rec center, and we're going to use that vendor now to do the signs. The manager has approved 50 signs, so we'll be having 50 signs soon for construction sites.
So we haven't actually rolled it out yet.
We did do some that we printed ourselves. We just used our own initiative, and we've been using those. I would say contractors haven't been very responsive, so we do go by still and talk to them about not parking in the median. When we see a new construction site starting or an old one, sometimes residents report, and we work with them to make sure that they don't park in the median. We make sure they stop parking in the median. So we used our own signs that we made in the office, but we want to get some permanent signs that we can remove.
And they're in English and Spanish, right?
Yes, there's some Spanish.
I was just under the impression that every time somebody was going to pull a permit, they would be required to
pay for it.
As far as the sign, make sure that they get a permit and they get a sign and say this has.
That was
the
that was the initial, and that was the discussion. The commissioner is right. However, we haven't been able to work with building to integrate that into the permitting system. They've had to change a system recently. You might be aware that they changed from one system to the CAP system. They've been very busy doing that. So I'm waiting for them to completely transition before I can introduce something else into the permitting system. We, however, will get these permits, these signs made, metal signs that we'll be posting at each construction site.
Can we get a rendering of this sign before it's actually put out? Because I just, it's been such a long time.
Yes,
it was,
yes. It's been a long time, and
I want to see it. I want to make sure that, we all agree to the language on these signs before we actually print them up and.
Okay, then I can bring us one of, we could do one and I'll bring it to the next commission meeting.
I appreciate it.
Not a problem. Yeah, there was a lot of information when Commissioner Kennedy introduced this. We couldn't fit all that in a sign. We would have to do a whole construction fence with information on it, and that would look terrible in the village. It would just be it would be an eyesore. So we minimized the sign and took the most important information and put it on it.
Okay, I just like to see what's on it.
We will bring you.
Thank you.
Copy.
Doreen, I have one other question for you. Going back to the common code violations, I know your department was sending out proactive letters, and then you got complaints about people receiving those proactive letters. Are you still currently sending them out?
Yes, we are currently sending them out. We do them in phases. I do 3 streets at a time. I'll do 115, 114, and 113. I go door to door and send these letters out, and then I follow up with inspections. Rafael does the same thing. A response from the public has been sometimes they get irritated that we are bombarding them with these letters, but I do go by and I do explain to the ones that complain that what we are trying to do is give them more time to be able to comply with the violations. In the past, we were very aggressive in issuing violations and citing them with citations that came with fees. I've actually minimized that a lot. I don't issue those violations that come with a $25 citation because it's difficult to collect this money. We have piles and piles, and Linda can talk about this if she We'd love to. We have piles and piles of files with these citations with money owing that people just don't care to pay the 25. And we can't take these cases to the board. So the only cases I can take to the board are like real violations that go with a notice of violation. And the solution for us has been to do more outreach, which is we send these letters out. Let us give them more time. After the letter, we send a courtesy notice. So we are giving people 60 days instead of 30 days to warn them that, hey, you have a violation here. By the time we issue the notice of violation, if they don't comply, it would be 90 days of warning.
Question, do we have code here on Saturdays?
We do not have code officially on Saturdays, but I do come in sometimes on
'Cause I think
Saturdays.
what we need to do, I agree with Gary, that we need the communication. And
Yes.
especially on 11th Place, 11th Court, 11th Place, there's always a lot of garbage and stuff that's out there.
Yes.
That doesn't get picked up into Tuesday
Mhm.
or Wednesday. And the reason I know that is Ms. Rosemary reminds me when I see her on weekends that that's what happens. And I think we need to do the communication. And
Yes,
I usually
I
like
agree.
where we give courtesy notices, but this is getting to be really ridiculous. There's too much
Yes.
piles out there that don't get picked up into Tuesday or Wednesday, and it's on a Saturday. So
Yes.
I think we need as a village to do a better job of communication and really let the residents know that, and then start issuing.
Yes, Commissioner,
It's
and we have tried
something-
in the background. I know that sometimes the public or the commission are not privy to the meetings that we have as staff. We've met with the vendor several times because what had happened when we transitioned from one vendor to another vendor, there was a lot of confusion and a lot of trash was being left unpicked. We had to use our own public works department sometimes to pick trash. So we met with the vendor. I believe we had 3 meetings with their top management, and John gave them complaints. We took pictures of trash that was being left unpicked, and we documented everything and presented to them. And, we literally let them know that this was not acceptable to our residents who are paying for this service.
Right.
So they are getting better at picking up trash, but I have to admit on their behalf that there's still areas that they can improve on.
If I'm correct, a company that cuts down trees and does all the lawn services are supposed to take the trash with them. They're not supposed
Correct.
to leave it here. That's the residents can leave trash there, if I'm correct. Correct me if I'm wrong. But they're supposed to take the trash with them.
Most of them do. Unfortunately, there are some companies that fill up their truck because they have different customers. There are several customers in the village. They will do 3 customers and their truck fills up and then they leave the rest.
So
We do speak with them when we see them. When we see a truck that's filled up and we see trash and we know trash is gonna be left, we do talk to them. We ask them to come back, but when we're lucky, they do, and sometimes they don't come back.
Well,
to
I
pick
think
up.
if you go after the companies more, you'll get better response than going after the residents. If you go after the company more, they're either
Right.
gonna make 2 choice. They're not gonna do your service or they're gonna take it with them.
That's
we're
what they
seeing too
call
much trash.
in code a moving violation. We cannot do moving violations in code. Unfortunately, we can only issue violations to a property owner.
Just hopefully we get a better communication because it is seeing too many.
We'll
and piles
continue
high.
continue
These are
working
just
with
so
them.
Small piles. These are-
Absolutely. I agree with you that they can do more.
And-
And we'll continue working with them to make sure that trash is not left
'Cause
behind.
it seems to happen on weekends. They don't do that, as they say, crap during
Yeah,
the week.
on the
They do it on
weekends.
weekends because nobody here to check it.
Yes,
But
and we'll be
start-
happy in code to adjust our schedules so we can come on Saturdays more Saturdays than we
Yeah,
have
because
been.
I've seen
able
Public
to.
Works here on Saturday
Yes,
sometimes. So if we can switch.
we
to
can
Saturday,
adjust
then
our schedules.
I
Yes, sir.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Mhm.
Doreen, thank you very much.
There is a specific focus on the roof cleaning I saw with 26. No, it's okay. I was just making a comment as you were walking back to your seat. That's all. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Was thinking, I know. So 26, the rest 432. Clean the roofs, I guess.
All right. One final point I just wanted to observe before we move on. To your point, David, about the potholes. I know, John, I saw you and your team out on a couple of the streets fixing, doing your best with 111th Street. I know. I'm with you, John. I recognize the efforts that you guys make there. I know you're out looking. If we could, in preparation, especially for storm season, be helpful to try to identify some more of those spots that could use some attention before we get there. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. All right. So let's head down to our reports. I know within our reports we have our finance director. Paul, I'm not getting to you just yet, but I know we are going to be talking about property tax. So we will get into that. Very hot subject. I was going to say interesting, but probably not the appropriate word. So our first report for the evening is the village manager's report. So the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I also would just like to thank the Parks and Parkways Board for their tremendous support and help and their dedication to the project. The first grant we got was, as you know, is the Mickey Steinberg grant, and they've been working hard to implement that grant. And our chairperson is here tonight, and I guess she already left. Yeah,
she just stepped out.
And then one of our members were on the Zoom, but they have given up of their time and talent and to make sure that grant was implemented. And then, as you heard, they were working on Saturday. They were working Monday night, putting in stakes. We're staking over 71 trees are going in, so they're putting out 71 stakes. If you see the stakes, please don't pick them up. Just leave where they are. Apparently, they have been moved. Some people have picked them up already and or pulled them out of the ground. So just please leave them where they're at so that the trees can go in those proper places. And I also like to thank Commissioner Huntington and Commissioner Gonzalez, who were out there on Saturday and assisting in this project, and Commissioner Huntington, who bought all the stakes out of his own pocket, donated the money for the stakes so that we wouldn't, all the grant money is going to the trees and we don't have any other expenses. So thank you very much, Commissioner, for that. On that note, we're coming up, is the 4th of July. EASA is working on a celebration. And this is the country's 250th celebration. It's a very big event for the country. We wanted to be a small part of it. I think we're rolling out a flyer at the end of the week about a run walk event on the morning of July 4th. So we're looking forward to that. A roofing grant on this building. There has been some delays in that. We have met this afternoon with the roofing contractor, the shingles that he's looking to install. He's got a vendor out of Orlando that's providing these shingles, but now we got to get them approved. They're not approved by Miami-Dade County, so we have to go through that process to get them approved. And we got an extension from the grant state to extend the grant to December 31st, 2026. As you know, the grant was originally accepted back in 2024, but the paperwork was never perfected until I came on, and it was perfected back in February 2025. So we had a late start to begin with, but the state was gracious enough to extend it to December 31st. The village clerk met with the elections department in Miami-Dade County in the past couple of days. As you know, we have elections coming up. 3 positions on this board will become vacant in November. So she'll be posting the information on filing on the website, so you can get that information on how to file for those 3 positions. And if you have any questions you'd like to talk to her directly, she'll be available to talk to directly. The PBA had a gala event on May 16th. The chief, myself and the chief attended along with all the command staff. There were over 1,100 people at the event. The Attorney General was there. The state attorney was there. Mayor Cava was there. It was just a great event to honor our heroes in Miami-Dade County, the many police officers that were recognized during the event, and just to be a small part of the event, it was very nice. at the end of this month, I'm going to be out of the office. I'm attending a family reunion in Illinois. I'll be available by phone and by email. I'll be sending out an email concerning that. Also, as you were, we had an item on the consent this evening, the $50,000 for accepting a grant from the state and the federal government. We had applied, that was the maximum that you could get was $50,000. So we were very happy that we're awarded that grant, and we're matching it for another $20,000. And that's just for our tree canopy, the trim back to the tree canopy. We got an email this morning that we could go ahead and proceed on it. So we're happy that we're able to trim back some of our trees prior to the hurricane season, or prior to the hurricane hitting us, but to jump on that right away. And I just finally, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to thank everybody for their support once again on the Park and Parkways, and wish everybody a happy 4th of July and a safe 4th of July.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Are there any questions for the
Yeah,
manager
just
for
real
his
quick,
report?
when are we sending the notice out to the community about the elections?
When are we sending out a notice?
Yeah. When are we sending the notice?
Commissioner, the plan was to do it today, but I was notified by the elections department. I need to have one more meeting with them to solidify qualifying dates, because we have some conflict. And as soon as I have that meeting with them tomorrow, I'll know more about when I can send it out.
Okay, because I think you had mentioned that the cutoff is, when did you say the cutoff was?
The conflict is our charter states, I can't start 84 days before November, and I can't end 73 days before. That conflicts with the county having to put out the ballot. So tomorrow they're going to send me some information that I will then send to the village attorney. And once we get that cleared up, I think you guys remember we had this issue once before where we had to change qualifying dates for the same reason. So as soon as they get that information to me, I can get it to the village attorney, and they give me the green light to go forth with qualifying. I'll be able to get the information out. As of now, we're looking at August 10th through the 21st, but I can't say exactly until I get the go ahead from them.
Okay, are there any other questions for the manager on his report?
Yeah, this one wasn't part of the report, but I talked to you in reference, either you can do it or code in reference to the email that was put out about fertilizing, that the residents could not do fertilizing between a certain period.
Right.
If you can explain that more for me, appreciate it.
Yeah, Commissioner, so there's a Dade County ordinance, and there's also a state provision, state statute that actually the mayor brought to my attention, and Mayor Cava had issued a press release on that very issue about the months that we were asked to cut back on fertilizing. There's a certain fertilizer that's prohibited. All we did was take that press release and we reissued it, put it on the website, and put it on the app. So that's, it's mainly enforced by Miami-Dade County.
Just one more thing, circling back to elections, just a reminder that in the past election, because I was part of the last two, that bathrooms was an issue. I don't know if there's something we can do about that on the day of, with the poll worker staff, that they utilize the bathroom. There's no bathroom
Right.
facilities for our residents. I don't know what solution we could find for that, but it was an issue the last two times.
Yeah, I know. We've already talked to Issa about this. So we're looking at just renting out, bringing in one of those portables, those nice portable ones that have air condition, and then seeing if elections department would share the cost with us.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the manager on his report? No, hearing none. Okay. All right, Mr. Manager, thank you very much. So we'll move on to our building department report, which is 8B. Are there any questions on the building department report this month?
One specific, where's Pedro, who's from the building department?
don't know if he's here with us this evening.
I'll take the questions, Commissioner.
So I'm wondering if construction's going up or down, if there is a trend to be pulled by, and this could be a question obviously for them to pull the system. As we discussed the whole idea of what property taxes are going to do to us, I think it is an important consideration to know how we're trending. It was a couple of years, obviously, that we see and we continue to see this construction happening, and whether that affects, on the values and how much, I'm sure it's a question mark to be defined, but I was just wondering, and a lot of complaints coming from trash and noise and, this has been recurring for 2 years. So my question to the building department would be that, if they can assess if we're trending up, or is this, we're the same, nothing's changed. I think that would help our conversation too.
So you're talking, Commissioner, just about single family residence, new construction, completely new family residence, right? Not a remodel or not.
Specific remodel,
okay.
the ones we've seen so far, the ones that are actually paying the bills, we've seen an increase directly on the numbers, and I think that's part of the conversation we're gonna have, but that's a, is that kind of moving up or down, or is it staying? I don't know. I think it has to do with the real estate market as well. I mean, there's a lot going on with what's happening at the state level with this proposal too, so. That was it.
Commissioner, I had a very similar question, so I kind of did a little independent research, and don't quote me on these numbers by anyway. But on average, I was seeing about 7 houses turned over a year in prior years. This year, we have 8 demolition permits already approved since January. So definitely think trending up would be the answer, the preliminary answer. I'm sure Pedro could give you a better answer, but since January of this year, approved by the P&Z board, is already 8 demolition permits to knock down a house, which if you're knocking down a house, you're probably building a new one. So versus prior years, you're averaging about 7. Definitely trending up.
And you're doing this by the P&Z
I
sort
went
of
month by month, counted how
Yeah.
many demolition permits were approved, and then I went back prior years and saw, and it was
Because I think, that is already something. So the building department has obviously that in their system. They can pull a report for all of us to understand. But I mean, I think the numbers that we have included to discuss on the finance portion of this tax assessment has a lot to do how much these new homes are paying for the village. So that's interesting to hear.
All right, thank you. So let's move on to our next report. Back up. Code. Are there any questions for on the code department report this month?
No, I think she already answered my questions for me.
Okay. All right, hearing none. Doreen, thank you. Next up, finance. So Paul, I know you have a few things kind of all over the place on the agenda this evening. I wonder if the commission would consider just allowing Paul to provide us the report, because I know the old business is kind of the 6-month outlook on where we are financially. We have the property tax issue. We have the solid waste assessment. I wonder if the commission is comfortable with it, if we can have Paul maybe just present those here with us since he's at the podium. That sound all right?
Present what, I'm sorry?
He has a few things to present with us this evening, property tax being one of them, but he has the 6-month financial report all the way down.
That should have been under the staff report anyway. That I don't know.
Okay, so that would technically, I guess, fall into the staff report. And then I guess since we have him with us here, there's one that's all the way a little bit further down on the solid waste assessment. So I would ask Paul, since we have him now, to just give us the full report if the commission is comfortable with that.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Thank you. I appreciate the consideration.
All right, Paul.
Let me ask you, are you replacing this in the agenda, or this are all the questions we ask about that? How are you treating
No, I don't think it would be a replacement. Well, the 6-month, I guess, would be moved up to the report because there's really, the discussion would be now. The solid waste, we still have to discuss anyway, but I know there's really not a whole lot from Paul's perspective he has to present to us on that issue anyway.
Right.
So we can just do that, but we still have to revisit that. So really, it's the discussion item and then the property tax issue.
So with that, if it's all right, I'll start with the 6-month, which is the easiest conversation that we will have in this report. The good news is under the guidance and leadership of your manager, the changes that we put into the budget process last year, we're seeing the fruits of the labor quite evident in the financials. I want to commend the department heads. They really were invested in their budgets this last year, and you can see that they really understood what they wanted to buy, what they've been buying and spending funds on, and the results are showing throughout the financial reports that we're well on budget and well ahead of budget, better than budget, by a little over nearly $250,000 in the operating portion. The financials are always a little funny because it grossly underreports your ad valorem. The way it comes in and the way it's projected is always quite a bit behind, but you're still tracking over $150,000 despite that fact. So that's a really good 6-month report. I'd say it's one of the cleanest in the 8 or 9 years that I've been watching your financials. So it's all to commend you. So congratulations with that. I suspect that the year will play out as normal. We won't have and I want to describe this the right way, this sort of late season spending that used to be the habit, or not spending, which is even worse sometimes, because the department heads really understand the flow of the money better. They understand how operations fit the budget. We're all smarter and better at our jobs. So congratulations with that. So the 6-month piece of information is that simple. You're on target for an excellent year, and all the things you've invested in are paying off. The other piece to the report was timed so that we would have the 2027 projected value for the village, and we did get that. It's a little over 5. It's 5.5%. 5.5% to you is about $250,000 typically of new revenue. That tracks with cost of living, that tracks with a lot of things. So I think your budget year is going to be very similar to last year in terms of 2027, 2026, 2027 fiscal year. Not a lot of complications, if you will. You're not trying to do anything heroic. That's a topic in a few minutes. So that's really the sort of the state of the union financially as of today, and what I project your budget cycle is going to be like. You have tentatively set your workshops in the month of August, a week or a little more than, I think, are about 2 weeks apart. Give staff time to react to the first workshop and also to have the staff available for the second one. And then you'll have the 2 readings in September. We've already set those up. Last year, that was the right frequency. We were very efficient. I think we're going to be even more efficient this year. Moving ahead we can stop there if you have any questions, and then I can go into the ad valorem discussion.
Sure. Are there any questions for Paul on those items?
Yeah, so you said we're trending and you gave a percentage. I was trying to understand what you were measuring when you said that.
So on the 6-month financial report, you're tracking ahead of budget. That's about 3 to 5% easily. It's about 5% actually.
So the 250 you mentioned is
That's new money that you haven't spent, that you budgeted, and you're not over budget is really the takeaway from that.
it at some point the ad valorem gets adjusted. You said
Yeah, the revenue will catch up to us, and our revenue is set up for us to succeed because we under budgeted by statute. We're allowed to put 95% or 5% less. So there's a bunch of 5% going around. They're all the same amount of money, about 250,000. So
and
and they're all good except for later.
so we start with the proposed budget and the ad valorem, and at some point those adjust and
They tighten up a little bit, not much
Okay.
change. We can count on the 5.5% in budget as though that's real. The adjustments are weird. They come in the intangibles and properties, and then the adjustment board does its report, and you don't have a lot of that here. So you're very predictable. Other municipalities, you can lose a big piece of property because of a dispute, and it's a lot of money. But here, everything's very even and predictable. So I count on it. You should count on it. It's always been very accurate. So that's good. I have spoken to the manager. We're starting our internal budget cycle. The department heads know the drill. So I think it's going to be really efficient and a real enjoyable process this year.
Any other questions on those subjects before Paul moves on to the more interesting one?
Right. Thank you. So obviously, most of us know, and for the audience, I'm trying to be as general as possible, that the state legislature last Tuesday did pass a referendum to be put on the ballot in November to create what I'm calling, and I think they might call it that, I don't know if I made it up or not, a super exemption strategy. Basically, you currently have the $50,000 exemptions starting at 25 and they get to be 50 for most of us. That exemption you've lived with for a while. In fact, I was your finance director when it went from 25 to 50. It was a nothing. The $25,000 increase had no impact on you. This legislation originally was bantered about at $500,000 super exemption, and both of them, after they get to their 2-year rollout, is what it looks like, they start to incorporate a COLA, a cost of living type increase to the exemption. And so what would happen is if you have a COLA on one side, normal cost of living, property values increasing, and you're changing the exemption at essentially the same rate, it creates a flat spot. So municipalities will ultimately not just have to weather the first big step in the exemption to what is now $250,000 after year 2. They're going to have to deal with a flat spot of a decline, a continued decline of the homestead exemption VAT revenue. It's an increase to the exemption, but it's a decline in revenue. So both those components matter. I want to say a couple things about the sort of the psychology and the politics of this process, and then my numbers that I presented to you in the report. This is so preliminary, even though there's a referendum and there's a lot of the detail of the language is there. It hasn't been interpreted yet, and it hasn't been tested by law. It hasn't been passed. Like, there's more jumping off points than any of us have time. And I caution against worrying about them necessarily. And so my report was designed to show you the order of magnitude of what a $250,000 and also a $500,000 super exemption would do to your tax revenue. And I'm all cautioned, by the way. Everything I'm going to say is cautionary. You also have currently 341 properties that have no homestead exemption. And that is a huge chunk. It's $2 million of your revenue. The point of that is, guess what? When the market, supply, demand, market pressure, all the economic factors start to change, that number is going to change. People will react to it. And then there's talk of a 5-year new buyer time frame. And so it's just too many pieces to really talk about it intelligently, and it's too far away. What I want to say is the political part is really what tonight should be your, for lack of a better term, a kickoff. You're being officially told that if they go to $250,000 by that year 2, it's going to have about a $625,000 reduction of your cash revenue in that year 28, 29. The $625,000, that's pretty manageable, but it's still meaningful. And the other piece, I have a master's in public finance. That's my profession, which is you study all these things that these tax decisions really do, not what they might tell you on the news or in a newspaper or from a stand like this. What'll happen is it's a burden shift. You're going to want to find the revenue. Some communities will talk about removing their police department. Some communities will talk about going to the 10 mil cap. There's a bunch of very valuable political rhetoric that's before you in the near future that might have the effect of politics. That's not my job. But my job is to help you understand for sure that you're going to burden shift one way or the other. The lost revenue, that $625,000. What I did was I took that and divided that by the all 1,000 remaining property owners, and then took out what they were not paying, and it's essentially the same amount of money because of the way these tax rules will play out, the people who will be getting a discount because, oh, I'm fully homesteaded, I don't pay any more taxes, the new costs are going to hit them. So they won't actually see a net change. It's the people who have no exemptions that will get a new fee that's on top, and the people who will eventually get more property values when they get their exemption, they'll get hit with it as well. So it affected no one. is the likely scenario when you have one rule change about revenue. That's how it works. Fungibility is the term.
Sorry, did you say it affected no one?
Well, it's going to benefit no one. The very people that this targets are going to be seeing fees that they don't pay normally. And that's the burden shift. And so, but you also, your tax bill. So you say your tax bill is $2,500 because you have an old property purchase date. You've been capped at the 3%. You're for 20 years, 30 years, which is a big chunk of people. And that's that's almost everyone I'm talking about. Your homestead gets pushed up even further where you no longer have a ad valorem tax bill, right? It's about $2,400 is the average. It moves around by property value, but that average point is almost exactly the same amount of money the village is going to have to find new revenue from per person, per property. So if you did it,
Can go up.
so you're just basically coming up with another way to get the money. And that's an interesting, nuance that, it doesn't make very good political discussion, as we all know, because it's a little bit complicated. So you're going to see, and I've seen this before. I think there's a couple municipalities that are already saying we're going to get rid of our X department, or we're going to cut a service. They're sort of learning how to bang the table and get people excited. And so that's really the crux of this presentation. Is it's a kickoff for you to start having those discussions as a village, how you want to do it. Because even if it's only $645,000, $25,000 in year 2, and that COLA keeps going, you're eventually going to run out of ad valorem revenue, because the value of that savings is so great that it's going to create the market to push homes into homestead that weren't there before. I can imagine some creative ownership structures that fit the law, but are really like a business plan to get, because it's meaningful money at that point. And you're going to be looking for that money. The $500,000 goal that the governor originally put out is $1.5 million of lost revenue, just on the surface. So that's pretty significant. All that said, I don't want to, from the finance department, I also want to let you know that we do not actually create these values. I can analyze them. I have access to the county's data through the arrangement because I do your assessment for solid waste, but that isn't really a public record. The county produces that, and it's a moving target. One, exemptions change, they come and go. Properties are disputed over value, so those numbers do move a little bit. Your construction, I appreciate your concern about 8 or 9 houses being under new. Well, if I'm an owner and I was close to making that decision, I'm probably going to get more urgent at that decision. A brand new $1 million increase to your tax bill is $9,300 of revenue. If that gets homesteaded down to another $500,000, it's half that. It's pretty easy. The biggest revenue you get when you do a new house, by the way, is through the building fees, but that stays in the building fund by law. So they got us hemmed in pretty well.
They get hit twice, basically.
Yeah. So the big picture, I think, is really Dave Caserta and your lobby team, through your manager, through your contacts, through your relationship with the county. The one piece I did notice in the legislation that I encourage some energy towards is the idea of the smaller municipalities. And the term in the legislation was rural, but there's going to be a formula for who people who don't have other tax bases and can't replace this revenue. And I think you would win a pretty good argument that that's who you are, with no commercial, et cetera. And so those grants would probably be a very good opportunity to be one of our first efforts, if a few years from now when this all plays out, if it even passes. But those are things you might want to, have banging the gong that that's who we are, and you need to, consider us because we're different. I advise 12 different municipalities in Dade County, Coral Gables, Pinecrest, all, and some that have no commercial whatsoever, but their tax base is buoyed by other things. Coral Gables has a huge commercial, so that it's nothing. Sweetwater is one of my clients that they just annexed about 5 or 6 years ago the Dolphin Mall, so they have an enormous, commercial real estate. They were what we call 80-20 split. They had 20% commercial and 80% residential, one annexation, and they flipped completely. So it's a nothing burger for them, so to speak. So I think you win that argument. I think that's at the top of the list.
So if this passes in November, which I believe it, I think it's going to, it doesn't affect us until like the second year, right? First year is 150,000, then it's 250,000 the second year.
Right. The 150 interim step is minor for you because one, oddly, and we'll see what the tax roll looks like, more than a year from now. You don't have a lot of properties in that spot where going up $100,000 isn't as big of a jump as 250,
Right.
And then 350. There's like 4 homes. Oddly, and then to 500, it's like another 200. You're spread out a little different. We don't know a lot of details, so I don't want to go far into that. But what we do know is it's a real threat to your revenue. There are tools, mechanisms. I do a ton of non-ad valorem, like the solid waste assessment. There's a lot of those opportunities that you would be eligible for. There's currently a moratorium on them, but you could go down that route. You have one in place already that you could use from stormwater. Like we've talked about it at a workshop. And there's also general obligation. Like you could reshape your financial strategy to recover from some of this. But I think the game that's in front of you is a political one.
So, Paul.
Yes,
so
sir.
First of all, thank you for that very detailed understanding of where we are with it. I know this is very preliminary right now. I mean, it's real, but it's also, I mean, we look back to January, we had 8 proposals on what this was going to look like. So
Right.
it's a bit, like you said, it's a bit of a moving target. And the immediacy of the impact is something that would grant us some more time to kind of figure out where we're going. In the meantime, the county, so if you all remember, I was going to the county had weekly meetings for the property tax impact on the municipalities within Miami-Dade County. We ended up suspending those because there was nothing to talk about. I have a feeling they'll probably start up again because one of the things that we talked about with the county and all the municipalities is this idea of education. What does it actually do to us? I had conversations with neighbors who had no idea that it would impact us in that way. So this kind of education component is important. To that end, I just spoke with the Biscayne Times about how this affects 100% residential communities and what it really looks like. So, there is a real threat to us, but we have some time to kind of adapt to what we're going to see. And I think the message, Paul, you're telling us right now is 1, we don't know exactly what it's going to look like just yet. And 2, there's no reason for panic just yet. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but
I tried not to use that word, but I don't
Right.
mind if you do.
Right. So there's still a lot of things that are going to happen. There's a potential lawsuit that's being kicked around. I think we all got that email. So there's an idea of, litigation. It's a little vague right now because again, this is still very early. So it remains to be seen exactly what that looks like. But like you said at the beginning of this hasn't been tested by litigation. So,
Correct.
or legal sufficiency, maybe not litigation. Litigation may not be the right word. So we still have a lot of options in front of us, and the onion's gonna kind of peel back as we go. But that's the way that I'm looking at it personally. I'm gonna stay close with the county and listen to see what they have to say and when they want to reconvene those meetings and when we can get back together and look for county support for us in the other residential communities. So that's my takeaway for right now. I'll ask the commission, Paul, if they have any questions for you on the subject.
There's a good chance because there is lawsuits, like you said, that it hasn't been officially put onto the November ballot, has it?
Right. It actually, the legislation puts it on the ballot in as an act, but the the formalities that make that happen are outside of my range, but I'm sure if, if they pass the test, it'll be on the ballot. So the legislature's done its part. It's sort of the bureaucracy in between that, in the legal battle in between, that puts what the final language, the final detail, I've been looking, because what really got my attention when this all started is there's two different tax, from when California came up with it. They had a good idea at one time called Prop 48, which was the idea of putting caps on taxing homes. And there were two of them. One is the exemption strategy, and we've all know that one, but the other one is the 3%. And that's silent also. And so that's going to be interesting. And the 3% is that no matter what we do with our budget at the end of every budget cycle, the most you realize on your tax bill is a 3% increase, because they basically put a 3% increase on your value every year. And so it really puts indirectly, it's really our budget cap, if that makes sense. Like every year, all the values only go up at most 3%. But because of the ones outside the rules, new purchases, tear downs, those go back up to the new value. So that piece isn't in the exemption language. That's in the Save Our Homes side. And so that isn't really clear yet. I'll be curious if they address that, because one little tweak in that terminology, you could unleash a ton of revenue. And that's, how these things work. If the devil's in the details, I guess sometimes that is an accurate cliche, because the details could really be hard to communicate. And people that in this business that work in Tallahassee, they're very good at knowing the differences, if you know what I mean, and not talking about things that they're really looking for, and political strategy. That's why the topic sentence 1 through 3 in my report today is, this is a political matter at this stage, not a finance matter. When it comes to be a finance matter, I'm here for you, but I don't do what you do.
Paul, thank you for the report. So my question is, to me, I assume this is going to pass. I think the safe financial plan is to assume this is going to pass and then react if it doesn't. So being that would roll out in 2027 as $150,000 exemption, do you see that we need to be reactionary at this point for planning for that? Because I know we have some time, but there are certain things like non-ad valorums that are due by August 26th. We don't have that much time to react to those. I know we're going to start our millage next month. If we're being proactive, is there some things we might need to be setting up for a successful year next year?
It's a good point. So the first, if it passes in November, then it would go in effect January 1. There's kind of some interesting timing with that, because that's the county's cutoff for new ad valorem also. So you have to have enacted your ad valorem. It has to be a legal ad valorem before that. So between November and December 31st, I don't think very many municipalities are going to pull off a new assessment, because there's a lot of things that have to build. You don't have time to do it this year. You already have one in place that you could pull out of dormancy and activate. That's good. You have your solid waste one. There's some flexibility there, not a lot. But to create a new one would be the year after. And so your point's exactly right. So I think the timing of this is also going to still have some clarity that we don't have yet. And the first year of it is a more palatable, because you have that within your budget inherently, so you can absorb the year one. So the reason I put together just the 250 increment is because that's really the target. That's when it starts to be the kind of money where you're going to have to make some serious decisions. So I hear your point. My reaction was, you don't have time to do anything new.
I don't think we have time to do a new one either, but we already have actually two in dormancy. We have stormwater and road repair that are both. So the shift from, say the Public Works Department, shifting it to a non-ad valorem strategy versus a ad valorem strategy could help, protect our revenue in the village for the future. I'm not looking just for next year. I'm looking at 3-4 years from now, when you say we start getting flat between 3%. So if my question is, do we need to be looking at pass in a roll for those non-ad valorums between now and August, or can we absorb next year, react, and then look for 2027 as the year to pass those?
Commissioner, actually, Paul and I had a short conversation prior to tonight's meeting regarding that issue. You have the ability to supplement the loss of revenue through assessments, in theory. And the question, though, about implementing those is that you, for most of them, except for your solid waste, which we know is not going up this year, you're going to have to, or you will at some point, need to engage the services of a consultant to update that data that may be old or dormant to reflect what is the current cost. Because historically, most local governments that use the assessment methodology to generate revenue use it to supplement the general revenue fund. They don't. There are some that fully fund that service by assessment, but most use a combination of most, because at the end of the day, it's still a increase in what people see on their tax bill. So, you know, to the comment that Mr. Winklejohn said, it's sometimes a political conversation, not necessarily just purely a financial. But yes, you can. It's just a question of what can we do within the time that we have, and for now, it's very unlikely. Maybe for next year, is to look at that assessment process and identify particular areas of revenue generation above and beyond what's currently being assessed by the village. Stormwater, Parks and Rec, police. You know, there are some municipalities and some local governments that have been very aggressive in using that assessment process, and that is something that you all will have to discuss during the budget cycle process. Maybe not necessarily just this year, but certainly I would suggest that you begin that conversation, but definitely next year, and to start giving direction to staff as to, do you want us and to allocate the resources to engage the consultants to update those studies and start that sometimes can be complex process of implementing those assessments as an alternate method of raising revenue.
Thank you. That was really the question I had, is whether or not, one, if we should be, or two, if it's possible within the time frame we have. Now, I see it with the consultants, stuff like that. That's more of a question for next year, but definitely something we need to be looking at, is because this issue is not going away, and we have to be, flexible with our.
If the item passes, then, based upon the updated information that staff provides as to what will be particularly the impact in year 2, then we can start planning for alternate methods of raising revenue through that assessment process, and identifying the areas that you want to make those assessments applicable to generate that revenue.
Paul, just a quick question. In your calculations, when you're calculating this, are you taking into consideration the added value on a yearly basis of our property taxes? What have we been averaging increase year over year? What have we been averaging?
So this year, what is in front of you is 5.5%. What's coming is 5.5%. So that would be a reasonable estimate. So that it's not going to be much better than that. It's going to be probably a little less.
So what are we talking about? 250? Is that the
yeah, that's about 250,000.
So $250,000 additional based on the tax roll, right?
Correct.
So when you take away the what do we say, 125 for year 1, we're really talking about 125.
Right. It's year 2, the 650. You can't expect the increase to be your solution to that, because you can get a decrease.
Year 2, and then going forward. Once we.
Yeah. Typically, housing values are inflation proof, in from a municipality standpoint that you don't deflate value.
Yeah.
So there could be some reasons why that happens. Like there are economic scenarios where this represses property sales and pushes values down because, oh, I can't get an exemption for 5 years. So now my willingness to pay a price on a house is I got to wait 5 years to get that exemption. So I'm at a lot of risk and a lot more money for 5 years
Yeah, but you can
as
still,
a new buyer.
you can still port your taxes here in Florida. I mean, that
Yeah, so
level's not-
portability is still available from within the state, but
right. You're,
pretty
you're talking about outsider people.
yeah, so
from
an
the
outside buyer
Yeah, but not
wouldn't have
people-
that, but all properties are going to be facing the same math. And so the sale market there's a very likely scenario that if this passes, you're going to see some compression of the market. You might see some acceleration to sneak in under the line, but right when it hits,
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to affect it's going to affect outside people. I don't think it's going to affect the local market because again, you can port your taxes, you can move your taxes from this property to that property and you continue with your homestead and blah, blah, blah. So the other two things are obviously these, $5-6 million houses that are being constructed that obviously the pace is accelerating. It's not decelerating.
That'll help.
And then also, we also have that millage that we can play with, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, you have
we don't have
7
much,
cents.
so we
Yeah.
do have a little bit. So listen, I feel a lot better having listened to you tonight than I did coming into this.
That was not my goal.
Well, it did calm my nerves a little bit.
Okay, no, I do.
I appreciate that. But yeah, we definitely have to start looking into year 2, 3, and 4 and beyond because I agree with Dan that I think that given the option, people will definitely choose to not pay taxes until obviously they're affected by
it
is what it is.
That's a rule that's been around a long time.
Thank you, Paul. I think Florida should hire you to explain this to the folks.
I work all across the state, so in a way, I think they already have. I'd like a raise though, so I'm going to quote you.
So, we were gonna have this 30-minute call, and then in my head, I was prepared for like 2 hours of questions. We went back and forth on a couple things, but I think where I land is that, to your point, there's so many moving parts that, I was trying to understand where you were coming from with the numbers. There's just so many nuances at this stage.
Right.
That it could be potentially wasted time that we could spend hours talking about, and it could all change in 2 weeks. So I 100% agree it's a political thing. It's a political strategy, if you will, more than the finance part, though. And I think what I'm getting from residents, the key questions, how does this affect me? Obviously, we don't know. I mean, it would be very simple if we did know to share, but how the next few months, and I think to add on everything that everybody said so far, what key sort of decisions should we contemplate from which standpoint, being conservative when we approve budget, because we want to make sure to hold on what we have because we don't know what could come. Should we on the opposite side before this year sort of ends, try to get as much as we can with the idea that we are going to switch our strategy into appropriations? And so I think big questions that I know you can't answer, but as we move along, I think I don't want this to turn into a 3 months, let's see what happens. And then we got to rush to figure out how and where we do this. It will be a question for the mayor then for him to share what he sees other municipalities doing. I've heard a lot of people are moving a lot of pieces at the same time. Obviously, they have more political power than Biscayne Park within the state of Florida. But I think the important thing for us, and I would like to answer that to residents, is how ready are we getting a list? So with that, how are we preparing for it? And so as we're going to get into budget season, it's going to be a tough position for us to make decisions without having that full picture.
Right.
So how do you propose or do you suggest that we keep this conversation sort of proactive and not reactive?
Excellent outline of the problem. If you're too proactive, you actually handcuff yourself from the political strategy that might be your best move. And so I've been careful not to go too far. I've tried to be careful. I don't know how successful I was, but I'm trying not to be careful not to taint the water, because there are some really interesting strategies the county will come up with, other municipalities will come up with, and we want to watch those before we go out to our residents and start asking them how we'd like them to feel and how we'd like that network to participate, assuming you do. And so tonight is not the night for that, for me to go into that, I think. And, you know, the manager can pivot as he so feels, but I think we've agreed today that that's the right strategy. But from a budget standpoint, you know, this is 2 years away. We can definitely take this year's budget cycle, to your other point, with a mindfulness, if you will, through the process. It's going to be, you know, so you have to balance those two goals, and I don't want to taint either one of them tonight. But I know we won't stop talking about this for a while.
Yeah, so I think it's an internal conversation in this day as to decide also how we play the two positions. Yeah, that's why, you know, when I read your last email, I was thinking, I truly, it really doesn't matter the comma and the dots so much at this stage. But I appreciate getting us this until a little bit of a clearer picture. I didn't know where we were going to fall.
Yeah, you know the size of the potential problem, and so we can start to gauge a little bit. But I think the next few months, if it, like I've been recommending, it plays out, our budget cycle, you know, will get us to the point. The early decision is your maximum millage rate, which you usually set in July. If not, we can do it at the August meeting, I believe. That will be your first formal decision about this year's budget cycle. Because remember, it's 2 more cycles later. So you've got, you may not need to communicate your angst, because it is too early.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. And that. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, in my, you know, my household budget mindset would be, it's not gonna, to me individually, or to you as an individual, you mentioned about a homeowner, how is it going to impact them? You don't know enough now to worry about it. But when it's time to start worrying about it, you'll have options. That's really the takeaway.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have one more question. Because speaking of those options, is because I've received a number of emails from residents concerned that if this passes, Biscayne Park is going to dissolve. We're going to turn into the county. Is there any intention from the dais to host a town hall to just ask residents if they want to come to talk about it, voice their concerns, answer their questions if we can, or take down their questions and bring it back with an answer? Because I'm getting a lot of emails from residents saying, we're not going to be a city next year if this passes. And I think answering those questions would help at least calm some nerves down, that at least for next year, we're going to be reactionary, but, and answer and bring as much information we can. Maybe we schedule this 2 months out where we're a little more finite with the numbers, but it's residents don't always listen to these meetings, and I've given them an opportunity to show up to, you know, the rec center and say, you know, here's my question. Can you answer it for me? I think would go a long way.
I like the idea, but we don't know yet. So I think that we shouldn't do the town hall meetings or anything till we know exactly what's going to go on.
Yeah, that's a tough
There's no
choice.
sense of panic in the residents.
You know,
The idea is good.
I
I
said
think.
schedule it 2 months
Yeah.
away, so you're in the middle of budget season, and you do start having your finite numbers for next year.
It's hard to forecast at this point. I agree with you that it's a good idea.
The forecast, I'm sorry, the forecast. I took that word, the last one I heard. the workshops during the budget season. I mean, those are going to be the open and public opportunities to engage. And I think a lot of communication about where do we go will happen there, and concerns will be heard. I mean, we need a feed also from what the mentality is as well. If I was one of those houses that's paying the bills, I'll be here in the next budget season for sure. And, asking lots of questions, but I think everybody's going to have a different perspective from different corners. So, the budget side.
The one message I would ask or suggest that it leads the conversation is service levels
Yes.
will remain,
Yeah.
and you fill in the blank, the
That's
same or better, like
One of the
that's,
things that's coming.
they tattoo that on you when you go to public administration school. I believe the service levels will be,
I think preliminary understandings of where we are today suggests that that's not going to happen within the first year.
Correct.
We can plan for
as your finance director, I can assure you, we have the means to continue the services as they are.
I just like using those words that provide for wiggle room because that's just the way that I.
Yeah,
listen to these
me
things. But
too.
To your point, Ryan, if we're looking at 2 months away, maybe we talk about this again in July and see what more information we have. Because whether it be through workshop, through the budget, or whether it be through a specific town hall, we just don't know what we don't know. And as we go on, we'll learn more. So maybe we update this conversation in July and see if we have any clearer picture of where. This
Yeah,
is going.
I talked to Dave Caserta a little bit and Al a little bit. What I remember happening in these things, and I've been around Florida long enough when this has happened before, something like this, and when there's a referendum threat, if you will, it often gets muddier between now and the final, because nobody wants to talk about the thing that they're hoping happens. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
we may get so little clarity between now and almost ballot time that it'll be you usually get a short window to mobilize and a short window to focus on your strategy. So
I mean, we are early on early. I mean, this was past what, 10, 11, 12 days
a
ago?
week ago.
Yeah. So we're right at the beginning of
Yeah.
the beginning of this thing. So maybe the idea on that front, right, is we look at this again in July and see if we have any better, maybe we won't, maybe it'll be worse, but I think it's just a little too preliminary right now. I mean, I know my messaging would be that, our initial and early understandings of where this is going is that year one of this impact would not threaten the existence of Biscayne Park as a municipality.
Check.
But we're going to monitor this as it develops and take the appropriate action.
You're good at that. Keep it up.
Saying a lot without saying too much. So I certainly want to give the commission, whatever opportunity you have to discuss this with Paul. We have you here. I am mindful of time, but I don't want to cut off any ideas and discussions. Are there any other questions for Paul on the property tax issue?
Are we gonna leave the space and to go back ourselves and talk about what we need to do politically, unified as a village beyond finance, or no?
I don't know that there's any affirmative action that we really can take right here. I mean, are we talking about taking a position as a village with respect to the proposed ballot initiative?
I mean,
Just talking about general.
no, I mean, I think in general, we need to talk about what other cities are doing. How do we consolidate in efforts? What are, your conversations representing the village when you have this multiple phone calls? I would be the first one speaking the whole hour. If the other people are quiet, I think it could be, there is a lot of budget that could solve certain issues now. For us, it's immediate. Immediate. I don't want to panic with the immediate. I'm thinking in the terms of, we're talking 1-2 years. This has decisions to be made a year prior, when we're thinking about budget. We literally start talking about 5 months before the budget. So I think we need to have those conversations. I don't know, in terms of, representation, going together with El Portal, with Miami Shores, small villages that have very little saying right now. I know League of Cities is doing a lot of that. I spoke to David Caserta about it as well. Obviously, I'm trying to not just remain calm and follow the lead of the big guy, because we are one of the exceptions, to your point, you know, if
You're unique. Yeah.
you're very unique. So if the idea is that the state's going to come over and it's going to dictate based on maybe rural, you know, or regional, we're not that. So who's saying this? How
I
can we
think this cabin qualifies you alone as rural.
could be if you put it on a book, but it's who is doing that conversation? How do we do that? How do we organize it before it's too late and November's here? I don't know.
I just think that we need to wait and find out exactly what's going to happen. We're starting to, it sounds like
If you wait and let it,
started to cry wolf, wolf, wolf. Let's first find out what's going on. I mean, we haven't even
the
got
November
answer.
ballot, you know?
No, what you're saying is valid, but I just think that we're crying wolf. This doesn't affect us until the first year or the second year. So I don't think we really need to discuss that.
But if you wait until the first and second year, then you're part of the decision already made. And my
Yeah, the
book
opportunity
here
to have a political wave or impact, yeah, is now.
Where voice is now, not when it passes and then you're trying to adjust to the reality you can longer modify.
Yeah, my first suggestion was ask Dave to identify his recommended strategy, and I'd be curious. I've talked to him, but not since the last vote. That surprised all of us, that vote. We knew they were back in special session. I was watching the session to hear what the rhetoric was, and it was everything we've already talked about. So it still surprised him that it passed the way it did. So that's, I don't know, Al, how you're feeling.
I mean, I might recommend, look, there's a whole lot of balls in the air with this,
Mhm.
but a couple of them that we can do right now is, one, we can work with Dave, the lobbyist, to identify what we can do. I think we, Biscayne Park alone, are far stronger with our community partners than just by ourselves taking action.
Of course.
So reach back out to the group within the county that we were in touch with for the first 3 months that this was going on, and say, how can we band together with the county and be part of movement there? You have, and then, you know, I know there was a message from Miami Shores to have some preliminary discussions about how we can work together if this does actually take effect. So I think work with our local community partners, work with our county community partners, work with our lobbyist.
Yes.
And
The multi-pronged.
yeah, and I'm just trying to identify a couple of areas that we can kind of focus on as we go forward. Because you're right, you know, you don't want to sit back, but there's a value to being proactive about it with these groups. So I think we have those discussions with the Tri-Village area. We have those discussions with the county. We have those discussions with our lobbyist, and see what our options are.
Okay, so when you say we have those discussions, what are you referring to? What sort of are you just going and asking? Are we going with numbers that Paul put together and showing them and saying, okay, how does this compare to you when it's 35% of my budget? What effect do we wanna, sort of what do we want to present?
Yeah.
And how, and that's why I was asking if it was gonna be, for me, the space provided today for the conversation later in the agenda is more about that. Going back to the half an hour call that was not gonna do much. I mean, it's because I know we don't have much.
Yeah.
But what we have is the particularity of not everybody else. So who do we join forces with? And, you know, it's, yes.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Of cities.
I think you're right that it's a second part of a large discussion. And I don't want to monopolize Paul's time on that. Maybe
Don't worry about
you're right,
me,
maybe
dude.
we come back down to new business and maybe we revisit it. I have a few ideas on those things, on what we can do. But I do also recognize that we have a lot of things that we do want to get done. So maybe that's the right way to do it. Maybe we can go back down to and have, this is more of a discussion format anyway. Get down to
That's what I was hoping this place be. And then, because I think the idea of sort of divide and conquer could be, but we need to align what that means, who does what do we think the right message is, and
So then, well, why don't we do that, Paul? So you can, because I know you still have to give us the update on the solid waste assessment.
There's no update, but you have a resolution.
Right.
Yeah.
The prep for that, I guess, then. So then maybe we do that if the commission's all right with it. We table the discussion on what action we want to take down to old business. We move forward with the ordinance, the consent, the ordinance, and the resolutions that we have to finish. And then we can talk a little bit more freely about how we see approaching this from different angles. No, I'm not talking about numbers. I'm talking about reaching back out to the county, saying what's the plan
strategy,
ahead?
yeah.
Right, and then working with Miami Shores, El Portal, North Bay Village, whomever is willing to band together with us and share services. How do you see reducing budget if we get to this point? What can we share? How can we help each other? That's what community partners do. So I think we do that. Why don't we table the discussion on that down to our old business item? We'll leave 12A on and revisit it and move on right now to what we have in front of us. It's 8:15. Does that sound all right with everybody? Yes? Okay.
Thank you.
So anything on the solid waste assessment? It's not going up?
Oh, I can talk about that really
Well, if
quickly.
you want to wait, you're more than welcome.
I was hoping not to, but if you want me to, I can.
My understanding is it's a pretty summary discussion.
It's exactly like last year. We were very fortunate to have an excellent contract, and there's no increase from the contractor. There's no increase to the assessment. The budget is balanced. It's a fund, so it stays within itself, and it's all good news. Same rate as the last 2 years.
So the rate is staying the same. I think that's your portion of that item, Paul.
Right.
Are there any questions for Paul on that portion of it? So we don't need to hold him here until we get all the way down to it. Okay with that? Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Paul, thank you for spending the time and going through this in so much detail. We'll be relying on you, whether you like it or not. Thanks, Paul. All right, everyone, listen, thank you. That was a meaningful discussion. I know we have a lot to do with that still, but let's refocus and make some progress here. All right, so that was our finance report. Parks and Rec is our next one. Are there any questions on the Parks and Rec one?
I do. Do we have a Pride Month coming up?
I think Issa just stepped away for a second.
Yeah, he stepped away, but I'll check on that.
Go ahead. We can call him back if you have any other questions for Issa. Okay. All right, so we'll come back to that very quickly. Public Works, any questions on the Public Works report for John? Hearing none? Okay. John, thank you. Police Department, do we have any questions for the chief? Once, going twice. No questions? Chief, thank you. Issa, I think we might have a question for you on the Parks and Rec report.
Pride Month. I was going to ask you about that.
About what is it?
Pride Month.
Pride Month. So last year we did the parade the last week of June. That's what I'm shooting for now. I haven't heard from my resident connects, but we'll still as we did last year. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. That was it.
Any other questions for Issa? No? Okay.
Give a little bit idea.
And
the event.
Commissioner wanted me to speak on the 4th of July event. So it's basically would just be a community walk the morning of 4th of July. With the flyer will go out this week. I was trying to get a couple sponsors. Again, this wasn't a budgeted event, so I've been trying to turn every stone just to get it paid for, not taken out of finances that we've saved or have left from special events from this year. So we'll initiate here. Walk through the village. We've had this community walk run before in years past. Participants will get a medal for participating. It's kind of a walk, run, roll. We have some avid runners in the village who kind of sprint through this thing and leave us in the dust. But we can walk, stroller, dogs are invited, people, families, everybody age, take your time, talk. I was going to reach out to Parks and Parkways and see if they wanted to participate and kind of do a kind of joint as we're walking through. We can maybe go down one of the avenues where trees are being planted, and they could talk about that where we're walking. And then culminate at the rec center where all the participants will get a participation medal for participating. We'll have some refreshments and like light snacks there. We just didn't want to, at this stage, build something where we're trying to compete with the bigger festivities of 4th of July, where especially this year with the 250th anniversary, all of our neighboring communities are doing huge events. and at this position, we just didn't want to compete, but we wanted to have something where the community can come out. And we'll be giving out prizes for patriotic attire. And if you want to jazz up the kid's stroller or put a ribbon around your dog or something like that, we'll be giving out prizes for that. So just something where the community come together, we can talk, recognize the day and the anniversary for what it is. But also then people can go about their day and attend their cookouts and the firework festivals throughout the city. So
Awesome. Thank you. That
Thanks,
sounds
Isa.
I'll say thank you, Issa. I know we sprung this on you in the last minute, so thank you for throwing it together.
of course, no worries. And that flyer will go out this week, so you'll see it everywhere. And just to touch on the survey link, so the original flyer that we got from Kimberly Horn was a PDF on our website, and on most social media places, we can't put PDF, so I have to convert it to a JPEG. So what we'll do is we'll just attach the link in the comment sections. If you look on the website, underneath the title, the link is there where you can tap on and go straight to it. Obviously, if you're looking on your phone, you can't take a picture of the QR code, which is one of those things. So we also, it's been out, we put it out in GoGov and also, but I just put it out while we were sitting here on Instagram and Facebook as well. And we'll continue to update as those dates approach.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Isa. All right, thanks, Isa. We did Public Works, we did Police, and CIP. Any questions on the CIP report for this month before we move on? None? Okay. Commission reports. Any commissioners are welcome to present their reports at this time.
I just have one thing. You heard that me and Commissioner Gonzalez attended the tree workshop this Saturday. It's a great event. The Parks and Parkway Board have done a wonderful job of selecting sites. They've really done a lot of hard work there. And if you didn't see them out last night, they were out again last night. They took their meeting mobile on a golf cart and drove the village at night, staking more stakes. It's a monumentous task to walk and stake 71 stakes. We did 25 on Saturday morning, and it was hot. We were sweaty. We were tired. So I don't know how many they got out last night, but the Parks and Parkway Mobile was out there and active last night, and they got them done. So
That's great. Okay. Any other commission reports?
Fine. Yes.
Okay.
All right. So thank you. So I pull this since the commissioner is trying to move it for next month. And again, I had a purpose for it today. I wanted to highlight two things. One is the internal effort from our chief of police in trying to figure out a way to make the best with what you've got. I think you got enough recognition today earlier, Chief, but I'll add to that with this. I think it's incredible that, I mean, if we talked about something just recently on finances, is how do we make the most of this little village? And I think this is on your end. Thank you for making that bridge happening with El Doral. So I'm just going to read it, and I don't want to miss anything or want to put time putting together. But I wanted to bring this forward as an opportunity to be considered. I'm sorry, as an opportunity currently being to consider in the city of Doral, involving the donation of 2 police motorcycles to the village of Biscayne Park. The opportunity came through conversations with both the police departments. Chief Edwin Lopez is, if I'm not mistaken, he is taking now a new role in the city of Miami. This is very timely because it's right before he leaves, and it was very important to make sure that happened before. It is on the agenda for tomorrow, Doral, to be accepted by the rest of the commission. So if anything, I wanted to highlight that we really need this, and the opportunities was do it today. Given the long-standing relationship you have with the police departments, sort of mirroring that, I have come to meet different, we talked about what strategic politics strategy is important here. One thing that I've said, my engagement with the League of Cities, trying to be visual, active somehow, came in handy this time. I'm happy I got the call from Mayor Fraga just to ask what this was about, how this impacts us, because then it's an opportunity just to mirror what you've been working on. So for that, I've just taken the opportunity to say thank you. For us, this is a big deal. Do you remember the value of those motorcycles? Okay, so it's over $30,000. We potentially could be getting us a donation representative from El Dorado. It's a great example how this relationship building and participation in organizations such as the leagues, like I said, and you know, with the county in general help. I think it's part of our role. And I wanted to thank Mayor Fraga for understanding what this means for the village, for the extending city commission El Doral. Hopefully they do pass it tomorrow. It's on their hands. For considering the support to the village, as well to recognize the professionalism you both took to make this happen. So thank you for that, Chief. The financial impact, as you know, this would represent about 30,000 or a bit over 30,000 that we would have had to go and pay it ourselves. Of course, the maintenance of all of that is for us to carry. And yeah, so for me, this is a chance for everybody to say thank you for El Doral. You know, hopefully our approach makes it happen as a unified commission behind this. And please continue knocking doors that way. We might get more stuff from other cities. And, you know, as we're going to be engaged in with the mayor, he does a tremendous job just putting our word out there as he represents us. But we are talking about money with all this stuff. I think this echoes what, you know, we're looking to do with other municipalities. We need support. And there's a lot of money floating around. I mean, a lot of cities are doing great. We need from that. So thank you. That's about it.
Well, thank you, Commissioner.
Congressman Wilson is retiring, and I wanted to find out if this commission would like to invite her and, you know, give a presentation and stuff. But she has done a lot for us, and I think Commissioner Ryan knows more about that than I do.
Just that, yeah, she has announced that she's no longer seeking
retiring.
re-election. She will be retiring. And yeah, I concur. That'd be great to honor her. I don't know if we could get her to come down, but if we can, or just, you know, proclaim her, you know, as our longstanding congresswoman in Tallahassee.
She usually, if we invite her, she'll come down. She always makes a habit of coming down.
And I don't know if you follow that politics, but our friend in Tallahassee, Shervin Jones, is now announced his candidacy. So
Actually, it's tonight. He's announcing it tonight. But
Zavendis tonight.
look, a good idea before we get to that. Follow up on your item, Commissioner. Thank you for bringing it forward, Chief. Thank you very much for the efforts. It's greatly appreciated, and certainly looking forward to hearing from Doral tomorrow night. So, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chief. Didn't want to get past that before we get into Commissioner Samaria's item. But yes, look, it's yeah. If Ryan, I know you had contact with her office. If you want to reach out, you know, I'd certainly be happy for you to extend the invitation. I reached out and just kind of congratulated Senator Jones on announcing the candidacy. So we'll see what happens. But yeah. So all right. Any other? I had one item very quickly. Sorry, I don't want to. I know we got to move on. But update on state appropriations. I know we all saw the update but for everyone listening and everyone that was not aware, we did make it through for state appropriations. We're awaiting, obviously, the confirmation in this sign off of the governor. But right now, our funding for septic to sewer it was reduced down to 75,000 with the 75,000 match, but that's in the budget. And our playground equipment replacement is in the budget at $150,000 with 150 matching. So we did make it into the final budget. We're just waiting for approval. But if that money comes in, that will be time well spent. And hopefully we'll see some improvements from that. So we'll wait for the approval of the governor on the budget for our appropriations. All right. If there's no other commissioner reports, our next item is consent agenda. Do I have a first and a second to approve the consent agenda? We have a second? Second on the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, consent agenda passes. Let's move on to our ordinances. So our first ordinance of the evening is 2026-03. John, would you be so kind as to please read it onto the record for us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission, this is ordinance number 2026-03, entitled an ordinance, the Village Commission, the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending section 16.13 exterior painting permit of chapter 16 permits and certificates of the Biscayne Park Land Development Code to ensure the provisions are in conformity with section 166.0483 Florida statutes, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is on for second reading.
Okay, John, thank you. So at this point, I will open public comment.
Linda Dillon, 712 115th Street. For many years, we have had samples of pre-approved colors available at the Village Hall. And if you picked a pre-approved color, you did not have to go to any board for approval. So this ordinance, the way it's written now, says that everybody would have to go to the board. And there's a $50 fee to have to go to the board. And I think that we need to follow what we've been doing for all these years. And if it is a pre-approved color, that you don't have to go to the board. You do have to submit an application to the village for painting. The other thing that we've left out for a very long time is once the project has been completed, there's nothing done. And we are supposed to have a final inspection. So I think that needs to be in the ordinance as well. I think that's it. I did a preliminary rewriting of what I thought should be in the ordinance. I would be glad to submit it for legal approval.
Thanks, Linda.
Janie Anderson, 11905 Northeast 11th Place. In reading the change suggested by Planning and Design Review, I would strongly urge this commission to make that change where they have deleted if you're painting the same thing as your house is already painted, there's no need for approval. Problem with that is house is painted, it's done. How are you going to prove whether or not it's the same color as it was prior to the paint job? And even if there were a way to prove it, we're not going to make somebody go back and spend hundreds or perhaps thousands if they've hired to go repaint their house. It makes much more sense to do what P&D is suggesting, simply put, that if it's on the approved color palette, there is no need for any further action and certainly no need for the $50. So again, please, I think they've made a good suggestion and I hope you'll make that change.
All right, any other public comment on this item? Going once, going twice. Okay. All right, thank you very much. So public comment on the ordinance is closed. Do I have a motion and a second to discuss?
Second.
All right, so John, forgive me for calling you out on this, but is it my understanding that the latest recommendation from P&Z, where we struck, I think it reads here, no application is required, however, if the color is from the pre-approved color palette. Is that the reading on second that we have before us?
That is an alternate version that has been prepared. If that is the desire of the mission to move in that direction and to implement the recommendation of the Planning and Development Review Board, then that is an alternate draft that we have for indicated. Mr. Mayor, it would read section 16.3.1, exterior paint color approval required, and it would read an application shall be submitted to the Planning and Design Review Board for exterior color approval. The application shall contain and sample the desired paint colors. That colors shall be approved or disapproved by the Planning Board in accordance with subsection 10.3.1. Trim color shall not exceed 30% of the total square footage of all vertical surface areas. And the operative language, no application is required, however, if the color is from the pre-approved color palette, period. Whereas before, on first reading, it read current exterior color is unchanged. or is to be painted white.
Okay.
I mean, this might be the dog wag. I don't even know how to say that saying right now, but you get what I'm saying.
Tail
But
wagging the dog.
how do we prove that the color that they painted it is on the palette if you don't have an application? You know, to me, it seems like we can't prove that the color they painted was the same color as was before. How do you prove that it's on the palette? You know, I mean, I go to Sherwin-Williams and I could grab any color I want.
Yeah, but what then
You have to submit a color, post color to staff for review and for review by the board, and then that they would then
I'm just
compare that.
just looking at you two.
existing color palette.
But that would
That's
only
not- Linda's shaking her head.
that would only be reactionary after someone complained because it says there's no application is required if it's on the current color palette. So if I go down there and I say, yep, that looks like green, and I paint it, and then someone complains, then I have to, what's the process at that point?
Yeah,
Part of the nuance here is that prior in time, prior to the state preemption, the village required an application and a permit to be issued. The state has said you cannot require a permit to be issued. You can't, so what we now say is not that a permit is required, is that you simply submit an application with your color, post color, and the staff and if necessary, the planning design review board would compare that color, chip, whatever, to the palette that is already in existence. And if it matches up, it gets, that's it.
I apologize for bouncing back up, but from personal experience, because we just repainted a couple years ago, you did go into Village Hall. You bring a swatch and pictures to explain where you're painting. If it matches with something on the color palette, that's it. You're done. No $50, no plea and see. But that's your proof, is because you have submitted the swatch.
Trust me, I'm very familiar with the process. I currently have the application sitting on my desk at home right now. My wife has picked color swatches. It's a lot of fun, trust me. But what this says is no application is required. So if this passes tonight, I'm going to rip that up and I'm going to go compare my swatch to say, yep, that's close. And I'm going to paint my house tomorrow.
is then this should this read that no application to the planning and design review board is required?
Well, it says no application. I don't have to fill out anything. If it's on the palette, I can just go grab the swatch from.
I
Also,
yeah.
in lies a problem too, because I know that palette because I was just there. It's Behr from Home Depot. Any painting contractor in the world is going to use Sherwin-Williams or Benjamin Moore because the paint's better. So therein lies the problem is because I had to go 3 trips to Sherwin-Williams to go compare, that you can't find the best quality paint. Sorry, Home Depot, on the palette. So it lies some interpretation right away that the color that you see on that swatch is not the one that you're going to most likely be painting your house with because it's just not the best quality paint.
Subjectivity. So this is maybe then a 2-part process. So maybe one, we supplement the language in there that says no application to the planning and design review board is required if you're using the pre-approved palette. And how would we go about changing the palette, Al? Or supplementing the palette? Is that something we'd have to ask the planning and design review board to do?
I mean,
review.
To consider?
I mean, if we're talking about this again, by the way, the palette should be digitized because that's a lot of trips from Sherwin-Williams to look at the palette color swatch, back to my wife, back to Sherwin-Williams, back to the palette.
Having a spouse that works in the digital design space, I can tell you the digital color, it differs from the actual color that you're seeing pretty often.
A lot of trips.
I'm not going to hear the end of it, but I couldn't remember sponge.
So
Also,
the same field.
same field.
So then maybe what we do is we adopt or ask the planning design review board to expand the palette to include the other brands of paints that are within the same color rainbow that we already have, whatever it may be. I don't think I've ever seen it. I don't think I've ever painted my house any other color than white, and that was probably a decade ago. But so maybe that's the way we do it. Maybe we ask John to adopt the ordinance tonight with that change to say no application to the planning and design review board is required if it's from the palette. And then if we can ask Gage in the P and Z board to look at the palette and expand it to include other brands that are major brands, maybe, and then get the recommendation from them on what the pre-approved palette looks like. How does that sound?
That sounds fine to me. Yeah, to me, it just says no application required. The way I read that.
So it would leave with no application, no fee required, or the fee would still be
A
required?
fee is only required if you're not using the pre-approved palette that we're going to be asking P and Z to supplement for us.
So who is going to approve it if it's not P and Z? Linda, you're going to approve the color palette? Okay, but I'm saying they have to physically bring it to somebody, and somebody's got to say, hey, it's good, right? And who's going to be that person that's going to say, hey, it's good? That's there all the time?
You've also entered the digital age. This is why a digitization, you should put it on the website, because you submit those colors via
swatches have numbers.
Electronic submission. You don't physically bring it in anymore.
So someone will sign off on that. Okay, that's cool.
And then, in addition to what we're talking about, is talking about making it available on, asking them to make it available online, so we don't have to come in to approve it. Is that what you're saying?
The current process, if you want to look at the pre-approved color, you have to physically go into the office.
Yeah.
You can't look at that list of colors online, but then you're required to submit the application online. So why are we requiring that someone submits it online, but then requires they come into the office to look at the colors to make sure they're on the swatch?
Who controls the what's on that application? Why don't we just put the swatch, swatches have numbers. Just put the swatch numbers on the application. If you're matching the number to the number, then you're good.
You get,
If I may,
Yeah. Go ahead.
I think that the solution may
Yeah.
be with the language where it says no application is required, however, the color, we're struggling with that. Maybe the differentiator is no application fee is required. Submit the application, but it's the same, there's no, the review is expedited. It's not as if you're proposing a new color that you're changing completely that would require, in theory, a more in-depth analysis of the color comparison file.
I think that achieves the same desired goal. So amend it to say no application fee is required, and then still ask for some direction from Gage and the P and Z board to see if we can supplement the current pre-approved color swatch to include those major brands, so you have more options.
What we're proposing is that section, 1 will read exterior paint approval required. It will now read an application shall be submitted to the Planning and Design Review Board for exterior color approval. The application shall contain a sample of the desired paint colors. Said color shall be approved or disapproved by the planning board in accordance with subsection 10.3.1. Trim color shall not exceed 30% of the total square footage of all vertical surface areas. No application is required, however, if the color is from the pre-approved palette.
Sorry. Actually, I don't think that achieves what we want, because that would still require application to the P and Z board for any time, even if you're using a pre-approved color. I think it still needs to read no application to the P and Z board is required if you're using it from the pre-approved color palette. They don't pay you a fee, right? When they come in? No, so good. Sorry to shoot you down, John. Because the way that it reads.
Alternatively, no review by the Planning and Design Review Board is required, however, color is for the color palette.
I think that's the same thing.
But it's going to specify that it still needs to be approved, right? Because then people are going to assume if no application is required for the P and Z, then I don't have to submit an application.
Yeah. By staff, as opposed to going to the Design Review Board, if it's the existing color palette.
Correct.
Why don't we craft the paragraph the way the process works? Because currently, if I walk into the billing department and my color swatch is acceptable, I never see the P and Z board. So why didn't we put that at the beginning of the sentence? You submit an application to the building department. If it's on the approved color swatch, it will be accepted. If not, you will refer to the P and Z board. That way it reads as the following steps, because the way as it reads right now, it says my first step is to go P and Z. But if I'm on the color swatch, I never see gauge. I'm done right then at Linda.
Still doesn't make the
Read as the way we do the process.
Reading it up. Each staff and I get together with the building official, staff, and the planning and design review board to iron out the language, and we'll just bring it back, reading and adoption. Rather than try and squeeze a round peg into a square hole like here on the go, let's just do it and bring it back to you next month.
Can I go back to what the objective of this is? So the state is telling us what to do basically when it comes to homeowners trying to pull a permit. We can't do that. They're saying you cannot do that. They don't have to go through the hustle of having to put a permit to paint. What happens if I don't pull the application, I paint my house white? Do I get a fine?
Well,
Because I'm saying you don't put in a permit anymore.
it was white before, no.
That's what I'm saying. So what are we trying to achieve? To put more, to make sure that the colors that the people select to paint their homes are approved within the P and Z, so the look and feel of the village continues to be the same? If that's the purpose, we can talk about how the wording, to your point, John, for next month. My question here is, now I don't want to do this. The state says I don't have to. You put an owner, you're making this more onerous on me, and I just want to paint it white. What are you going to do?
That no longer require and issue a permit as part of the repaint. So we are revising the existing language to remove what used to be a permit requirement to just simply submitting an application that shows the proposed color that gets compared against the existing color palette or white, as the case may be. And if you meet that requirement, then no further review is required. If not, it gets submitted to the planning, design and review board, as has historically happened, for its review if you're changing to a new color.
Yeah, but my question is, if I don't want to do any of that, and I just want to go ahead and paint my house, will we be challenged because what we're trying to put together is no longer a permit, but it requires onerous sort of steps for anybody to improve their property, which they will consider in the color they desire. So, we can navigate how that looks like from a government perspective. I want people to experience this once they're here. I'm just putting myself in the resident's shoes. What are you asking me? Does the state saying it's no longer needed? I'm not going to pay. You don't need a permit. So if the question here is you just want to make sure that I painted beige or white and it is not different than my neighbor, then we need to make rather accessible the colors that we want and we would like to push for and we promote, but we can't really enforce via fine or inspection that it wasn't actually the Behr or the Williams, was it the other brand? We can't. And so we're now putting more staff behind what are we trying to achieve? So that my question is from a resident perspective, I would say I would want to paint it white and it's a brand or another. If you go with a Behr paint and you tell them this, they'll match it with any other brand. And so doesn't matter, right? From that perspective, a resident perspective, what do you want me to do? And then how do you make sure the process is not a nightmare about someone's perception of what white needs to be versus, who says what to the point of who's going to answer the person when you come into the office. you know, is it going to be Karen? It's going to be Lynn? You're like, okay, so which white? Okay, that's good. And if it wasn't, so
Commissioners, your question is this, I think, is this enforceable? Is that what you're asking? Like,
yeah,
if
because
someone just, if this passes tonight and someone just says,
there's
"I'm
two.
doing it,
Correct. It's
paint it
two.
whatever I want," has the state removed our ability to enforce a fine?
That was the original idea.
Yeah.
The state's idea is that we don't do this. That's what they're trying to do. So my point is there's two approaches. The number one is from a resident's perspective, I will call you out if you're trying. From a government perspective, now in our position to make sure that it falls within our statics, you know, I absolutely understand why. That's the reason why P&Z is getting involved. Still. So how are we going to make sure that it's, I mean, you can educate. It's the same thing as code. The difference that there's not going to be an inspection or a violation or a fee per se that we're going to have to impose. We're just going to say, you know what? It doesn't really look like the one you showed me when you came to the office. It was grayer. We can't do that. So I think this is one of those that I think we're fighting a fight that's bigger than us. I think we need to educate. We can provide digital sort of explanations. We can sort of introduce PNC on a micro website, you know, one of those many websites we have within our website to say this is what we would suggest. We can educate people to explain why doing that provides increased property values. We don't want a blue next to a red and blah, blah, blah. But I'm not sure that we're trying to, I think we're overcomplicated with no way or in effect to measure the how we legislate this. I think the state in this case said, I call the shots.
Yep.
As this conversation is taking place, upon myself to look at the particular state statute, unfortunately doesn't provide much guidance. It just simply says, a local government may not require an owner of a residence to obtain a permit to paint such residence. So we can't require a permit. I think the attempt that the village is trying to accomplish here to maintain the integrity of the appearance of the skate park is to say that you have to submit an application that shows what color you're proposing and it gets compared against the color. As opposed to before, you would submit that application and the village would issue with you a permit. That is now prohibited. Cannot require or cannot condition the painting on the issuance of a permit. Playing devil's advocate, it doesn't say that it prohibits us from requiring an application.
Well, what power does that application have? I guess it's the question. What power does that application?
Well, you know, to that question, in theory, if someone paints their house in a without having submitted an application as required by the code, in theory, the village could issue that property owner a code enforcement citation, which then would that remedy or their compliance would be to submit the application with the swatch gets approved.
Is that one of the things that could be challenged by the resident pulling the state statute?
Commissioner, I would be foolish to tell you or any other municipality in similar situation that wouldn't occur because there's just no way to
know.
No. Thank you. Yes.
Doreen, what do you got for us?
Just a quick comment. The backstory with this ordinance for stopping municipalities from enforcing permits for paint came from the fights that they had in homeowners associations. It was about control. Residents do not want to be controlled. They do not want to be told what to do. not be told what color to paint their house. That was the background story. However, most municipalities have said, yeah, we don't want, we won't give you a permit, but we don't want you to paint your house black. So in Biscayne Park, we haven't enforced this particular ordinance as strictly as other municipalities do. When people have the light colors, what they call the light colors on the palette, they don't need an application. They don't need to go to the board. And I would suggest they just completely leave that out and just let the people that are painting the dark colors come in and do an application. Commissioner Amsler is completely right. How can we enforce it? If someone paints their house peach and it was pinkish, how would I know this is what I do? I mean, the manager has been very generous with time, listening to everything I have to say. He was right in saying, let's just allow people to repaint the house the color that it was before and not let them go and get a permit. We can use Google to get images from the previous year and see, okay, this is how the house looked and this is, but that's a lot of work for us. How many houses?
Know the color.
I'm still not gonna get the right color because that's digital. I mean, purple looks bluish when you look at it on a computer. If they paint it aqua, it may look like it's the same color, but they may have changed the color. So it's going to be ridiculous for us to have to, we can't enforce it anyway if they paint the light colors. So we should just move away from that and just let the Planning and Design Review Board review colors that are outside of the light color side of the palette, as they do with roofs. They have specified, these are the colors we do with the roofs, and anything else is outside that.
They have the provision in the land code that allows them to review anything that's not harmonious with the village. And that's exactly what this references.
Yeah, it's very subjective. It's very, very subjective.
Right. But that's outside the color palette. So this is like a full circle argument to me, guys. I think that, you know, we allow John to bring it back to us to achieve the purpose of, if it's within the color palette, then you don't got to pay the fee. And we continue with the application process that we have.
Absolutely.
And if it's not approved in the color palette that we got, then you got to go in front of P&Z and they got to make sure that it complies with 10.3.1, which is the harmonious provision.
Listen, after hearing that, I'm of the opinion that if it's not on the color palette and someone paints their house, it's going to be glaringly obvious that it
Yeah.
wasn't, because it's not just going to be like one shade off. It's going to be, you know, colors are light colors and it's very, very, very dark.
Dark, right.
So and now knowing that we're not going to probably enforce, is that light blue or is it dark, or is it medium blue or whatever? It's going to be a glaringly obvious different thing that I'm completely fine with leaving no application required, unless it's as long as it's on the color palette,
right?
Passing it as that is, because it's going to be obvious. We're not going to enforce it if it's one shade or another. If it's, you know, if they painted their house black or dark brown,
Deep
or
purple. I mean, we'll notice right away that
it's going to be obvious that that person needed to submit an application. So I'm fine with, if it's on the color palette, no application. And that
just leave it alone.
Has the spirit of what Commissioner Amsler is looking for, is not burdening the residents. If they want to
Absolutely.
paint it something that's on the color palette, by all means, paint it. It's
We're removing the impediment of the permit, which is what we're required to do by law.
One month, we work with staff and board to narrow down the language to what it's here, and make sure that it's how we want it to read, and bring it back to you. So my suggestion that the matter be continued to a date and time certain.
I like what
6 p.m. or as soon as thereafter.
I got one more question, then I'm ready to make that motion. We're currently issuing permits right now, because I almost submitted one today. What happens to those permits that get submitted between now and when we adopt this? Are they null and void as because it says on there a permit that you have 60 days to complete the work and you have to get a final inspection. But after this, we won't have any more final inspections. Oh, okay, so we just got to, because I literally printed the form today. It's just an old form then. Got it. Okay, sounds good.
So just one question, Doreen. So are all the houses in Biscayne Park currently on the color palette? And then to follow up, if, are we going to start looking for color palette houses? Okay. So okay, forget it. Forget the rest.
I think that
That's starting to sound like the cat on a leash ordinance.
I make a motion, we continue this to the July meeting.
I have a question before, because I agree with July, moving it over there. So are we including the $50 or no with the application?
That's for P and Z. That's for P and Z.
So if you do an application and you don't,
Outside.
and you're outside, you still have to pay $50, and that's what we do today?
Okay, so Ryan has a motion to continue to July 7. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Hey, we can all we can 6 p.m. sooner thereafter, as soon as possible. Got it for the record. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, let's go down to 10B. Our ordinance. Now we did combine this one with 10B with 11F because 11F is kind of the natural progression of 10B. But let's start with the ordinance. And I will get to the resolution portion of it, I think. So this is the procurement manual, I can tell you. Okay, John, would you read this one on the record for us?
Sir, this is ordinance number 2026-04, entitled an ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending Article 8, Purchasing and Procurement of Chapter 2, Administration of the Code to establish a purchasing system for the procurement of supplies, materials, equipment, services, and contractual assistance necessary for the operation of the village, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thanks.
If you wish, I can read the title to the resolution. Is a companion resolution number 2026-46, entitled "A Resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving and adopting the Village of Biscayne Park Purchasing Policies and Procedures Manual, authorizing the village manager to implement the manual, providing for conflict, scrivener's errors, for severability and effective date." Procedurally, you would have to adopt the ordinance first and then the resolution.
Right. Okay, thanks, John. And we have Christina. Are you on with us? Because I know this one involves you.
Hi there. Yes, I'm on.
All right. Thanks for being with us this evening, Christina. I think there might be some questions for you on these items. All right. So the ordinance, we have to start with the ordinance. First and foremost, do we have any public comment on the ordinance? So I'll open public comment at this time. Going once, going twice, hearing none. Okay. So we'll close public comment on the ordinance, and I need a motion in a second to move to discuss. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay. So let's move to the discussion. So there's a couple of things that have been brought up. Al, I don't know if you have any specific introduction to this one. I mean, I think we all kind of know where we're at with it. But I'll give you the opportunity because there's two other things that I'd like to do before we get into the actual discussion portion of this. Is one, hear from John about any potential conflict or maybe apparent conflict that you might be able to help us resolve between charter, ordinance, and resolution. And then Christina, unfairly, I'm going to call on you, I think, maybe to help us better understand where it comes from. You might be more helpful, Christina, on the actual manual if and when we get to that. But Mr. Manager, I'd like to give you an opportunity to introduce it and then ask John if we can talk about the legal component.
No, Mr. Mayor, I just want to be brief because I know we're running out of time. We only have an hour left for the agenda.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to point out how we got here is because this was first discussed at strategic planning. It was, I think it was discussed in length at strategic planning and that we wanted to move the projects along. How do we move the projects along is by looking at our procurement code and bringing it up to current standards and bringing it up to it hasn't been updated since 2014, and since 2014, of course, the dollar doesn't go as far as it used to. So that was the how we got here today. It was discussed, and I think there was consensus. Our consultant asked everybody if there was consensus to move forward, and we moved forward. And then the city attorney and I, and with our procurement specialist, sat down and started drafting the ordinance, and that's how we got here.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Al. So, John, I'd like to have you, if you'd be so kind, to help us understand the flow. I mean, the top-down flow, I guess, would be the way that I would refer to it, of charter to ordinance to resolutions. Can you provide us with some clarity from a legal perspective?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I will start my response by briefly mentioning that earlier today I had communications with your procurement consultant, Ms. Brown, and during the course of that conversation, she mentioned to me that my predecessor had advocated strongly for this ordinance before you, and we're following through with the direction that was given to staff at the strategic session. And what you have before you is a proposed ordinance and accompanying resolution that significantly updates your policies and procedures when it comes to procurement. Top down, you have a charter provision in section 3.05 that says that you are, in paraphrasing, you are supposed to have a purchasing ordinance to distill it down to its basic component. What you have before you is, in fact, a procurement ordinance. Does it change what's currently in the code? Yes, it does. It is intended to, as the ordinance specifically states, to create a mechanism for the village to acquire goods and services through a competitive procurement system. I will make one comment that as it's currently written and in the agenda, I would add that it says procurement, and I would put in the word, and I'm recommending competitive procurement, because I think that certainly is the intent and purpose of this entire exercise. What the ordinance then does, it says that as authorized by the charter and by applicable state law, you are adopting, you're electing to adopt a purchasing manual by resolution, and it authorizes you to do so. But to the comment made before that, well, this is changing the charter and this is changing the code. No, it is not changing the charter. The charter says we need to have a procurement ordinance. This is a procurement ordinance, and it fulfills that requirement. As to the contents of the purchasing policies and procedures, that is part of the resolution, that is in your discretion. But when we were tasked with this project, I worked very closely with Ms. Brown. I provided a initial draft, which she then added her thoughts and additions to, which I believed on my review were very appropriate and adopted almost all of them. And the end product that you have before you is the resolution that is the second step in this process. First, you adopt the ordinance. You have an ordinance. You have a procurement ordinance as required by Charter Section 3.05. And in that ordinance, you're authorizing yourself to implement those provisions through a purchasing policies a manual that you're adopting by resolution. The benefit of that, as I mentioned on first reading at the last meeting, is you don't have to go through the 2-month process to make changes to those purchasing policies and procedures if and when the need arises. As to the changes, we provided to the commission as part of the agenda backup material a detailed memo explaining what the improvements, and that's what I call them, improvements are to the proposed purchasing policies and procedures over what currently exists in in the village code.
Okay. Well, very quickly, John, before we get to that, I know you said you worked with Christina. So Christina, I don't know if there's anything that you'd like to add to what we've just heard from the attorney on this. I
Yeah.
know that it's what we're talking about is updating our current standards, which are 12 years old. So do you
Agreed.
have any context for us to consider while we talk
Yeah,
about this?
definitely. I think when I first started supporting the village last year, I met with Mr. Wiseman. And there were a lot of things that we had talked about. For example, cone of silence and bid protests, and we also discussed piggybacking and all of these different components of procurement that were not clear within our code, and it created a lot of confusion. So it makes our bid packages longer and more complicated than they should be, because we have to pretty much state everything within the body of the RFP or the ITB, and it's just been a challenge to keep things consistent. So with the procurement manual, we're able to now kind of have a framework where we're consistently doing the same thing over and over again, and there's no question to how do we open a bid, how do we announce it, how do we break a tie if a tie happens, and so on and so forth. We had no language about requests for proposals or requests for qualifications in our code. We just had invitation to bid or lowest bidder. There's so many different types of procurement methods that are used consistently across the country, and especially here in South Florida. We see how Miami Beach does things, how City of Miami does things, and we were definitely behind on the ball with this. So when I was speaking with the attorney now, we discussed all these different components that needed to be integrated, and we kind of put it together. I mean, nothing is ever going to be perfect. This is going to be a labor of love. We'll have to bring it back over the years in case we find other things that need to be updated or changed. But for right now, what you have is a really solid backbone. And I agree with the attorney and the manager. This was needed, and we've been needing it for a long time. And I'm just thankful that we've put something together that we can follow now moving forward in a more consistent manner.
All right, thanks, Christina. All right, so we have all three individuals that worked on this and helped develop what is in front of us now. So I'll just open to the commission for discussion on this item.
With barbecue brought up. Questions were answered. I mean, charters, you can't change anything in the charge unless it goes in favor.
But what we've just heard from John is that we're not changing the charter. The charter says that it's set by ordinance, and we're amending the ordinance.
I don't think, I didn't understand, Commissioner Samaria, that Barbara was saying that we're changing the charter. I didn't identify that that was a question. The question was more, is this the intent of the charter, and is the resolution via this ordinance that? And if if in fact you're going to put all procurement conditions per se into a resolution, does that fit the charter? And her question, if it doesn't, then it would require an amendment to the charter. So that's how I read it, and I think it's a very fair point. One that I went to the attorney as well to try and understand the read. I'm curious to see what you all think about that. I definitely have my thoughts, but I think that's my number 2 point. I'd get to that.
To me, I think it's very clear that, the charter says that it needs to be a procurement ordinance, and this is what we have before us, a procurement ordinance. I trust the attorney's opinion on this. There's only 2 attorneys sitting on this dais, and I trust the ones we have here. That this
I'm
is
not sitting in that capacity.
I know, but you're still sitting. But we're following the charter, and we're moving into the 21st century. There's so many things in this manual that the code was silent on, and it was jaw dropping when I started reading through it. I was like, how are we operating as a village without the many different provisions that we didn't have? Our code was silent on. So to me, as long as we're not, we hear from our attorney, we're not amending the charter. This is not a charter amendment. This is, we're following the charter. We're moving into the 21st century. To me, this is a no-brainer. I am fully in support with this. I think this is a great step. Once I started reading through it, I was amazed how many things we weren't doing, and I'm glad we are doing them.
I agree with that. Okay. Let me ask John you a question very quickly on this. If the way this is being proposed to us is the ordinance establishes the policies and the procedures for competitive procurement by the resolution, correct?
That is correct. And it is a system that is widely used throughout the state of Florida, certainly here in South Florida, and is used by other municipalities that have similar type of provisions in their charter that talk about adopting a procurement system by ordinance. And, you know, I want to emphasize that the first section of the proposed ordinance very specifically references the authority of the village under state law in general. The section of the charter 305 and 4.03, and 4.03 is the authority to adopt things by ordinance. That we very specifically say the village commission hereby establishes, and this is the new language that I'm a competitive procurement and purchasing system for the procurement of supplies, materials, equipment, services, and contractual assistance necessary for the operation of the village. That is what we're doing here by ordinance. We then go on to give this commission and your staff the flexibility to then adopt and implement a purchasing manual that, for ease of future revisions, is being done by resolution as opposed by ordinance. And the section that's in section B. In section C, there's specific language about what the effect of that purchasing manual is. Again, a purchasing ordinance provision. There is a provision that very specifically cross-references the intent of the village to be consistent with applicable law. And last but not least, that the village manager or designee is authorized to administer and enforce the purchasing manual, which is what we already do within the context of the existing regulations.
Can I ask you, John, how do changes to this policy and procedure work? We're establishing it by resolution.
Yeah.
Do changes need to come back to this commission? I see the manager nodding his head. So changes to whatever this, hypothetically speaking, let's say we adopt this tonight. If we do, if Al or something was raised by one of our residents to say, well, a previous manager, would you have given this to the previous manager? A future manager, 20 years from now, let's say this policy is still in place and we got a manager, or Biscayne Park has a manager that, the commission at that time says, gee, we're not happy about this threshold, bigger or smaller, whatever. Changes to this policy happen by resolution, so they have to come back before this commission.
That is correct. And I think one of the critical concerns I have about the ability of this commission as the policy setting body of the village is the state were to preempt us in one of these areas, and it would take us 2 months to implement that as priorities. By doing it this way, we would be able to that process and updating the purchase policy procedures to conform to the requirements of state law by act.
Right.
Well, then, if your question is, because Barbecue brought up something, I mean, with this city manager here, I'm satisfied with you, and I'm not talking about you, but she brought up the past city managers that we have had, and even the future city managers. Are we going to have to do a new resolution for the next
So
City manager, that's a big concern that I.
Commissioner, under our current policy, if we decide to tighten the purse strings on a future manager, it would take 2 meetings to do that. Versus by moving to a resolution system, we could do it in 1 meeting. So I don't really see a future commission giving away the fortune, but I do see the ability that somebody up here might want on the dais to tighten the purse strings on a future manager. Hey, they're spending too much. We had a budget shortfall. We want to rein them in. You would currently under this system take 2 meetings to do that, not 1, versus that would, and we move to a resolution form, we would only need that 1 meeting. We could adopt changes to our manual and move forward, versus you would have an additional 30 days that manager could continue to spend under the policy. So
If it can be done in one resolution, I would agree with you.
government efficiency. We talked about government efficiency earlier when I talked about property tax. This is another way we can be more efficient. Our staff can be more efficient. Again, no brainer to me.
I have 2 thoughts on that. I am with Commissioner Samir. I mean, some questions came back and forth, but I'm going to start with the first thing because I was thinking, okay, and you both touched on this. Who's this serving? That was my first question. Who are we serving by doing this? And so there is a lot of parts in the manual that I agree are absolutely great ways to modernize what we never had. I think the manual takes care of a lot of stuff that's been sort of floated and unaddressed. A lot of risks and liability that the village could have been exposed to that I think we're putting together in a straight line. So I think that I'm 100% that the manual is needed. I think I'm clear on that aspect. Then I go about, again, I read the charter and it says, the government has been created to protect the governed, not the governing. That's how it starts. So I go back about what is sort of, who does it serve? So in the strategic planning session, this was brought up by, was it you or was it you that brought it up or was the attorney? Who brought it up? I'm trying to figure out who put it together that was needed. I want to identify.
I know I spoke to the issue.
Okay.
Whether I was the first one, I cannot tell you.
So that's my thing. So obviously this comes because it's a tool for administration. It didn't come up from anybody in this commission who represents residents. It comes from the administrative part, which is the legal aspect and the manager to make sure that we have the right tools in place to do the work more efficient, faster, and sort of clean a lot of the hurdles that we've been dealing with. And I don't think that was the intent of the charter and that it's required 2 months. So the legislative process takes the appropriate time to consider lots of it. And that is included resident participation, proper debate, proper inspection, and accountability behind. So I'm going to go back to my process about that. I think it's needed. I think we need a manual. I don't agree with everything in the manual. Maybe I would suggest a few changes, but I think this is definitely a way to go to improve where we currently are. But I do have to address that. I don't think it's transparent how it came forward. I don't think, if you look at the agenda in the strategic session, there's nothing that talks about this point. Obviously, we are there with no more than just discussions on what we thought we need to do for the village, and none of us spoke about this. So it comes from the administrative portion of the village, which is how can we be more efficient? So that part, I don't love it because again, it goes against the transparency, if you will, of why are we here? So I wrote a few questions because I was thinking about the ordinance. So on the purpose of the 2 reading ordinance process is to provide transparency, the opportunity for participation. So if the concept comes before the commission, it was discussed as a framework when we talked about it on the strategic planning session. The ordinance was then presented on first reading last month without any of this. So for the first time, I received this item on Thursday evening. For the first time, we are looking into a huge change in terms of purchasing powers delegated solely to the manager's discretion. They used to be sitting on the commission, which people have only seen for a few days. You may call that efficient, which I agree in certain aspects has to be. I don't call it as transparent as I would like to be, and maybe as I read the charter intended. And I think first, I am not a big fan of putting stuff between first reading and second reading. One thing is to talk about if white is white for P and Z. A different thing completely is to talk about procurement for the first time changing in what, 20 years? It was addressed, it was 2005 during the strategic session, and it was 2014. So I don't know what the changes are there. So the idea that now we're making this a priority, it's certainly brings questions. So how were residents and commissioners expected to fully evaluate the practical impact that the ordinance on the first reading, if the purchasing manual was not available until now? That was one of the questions. If all the policy around the purchasing procedures are going to be in the manual, shouldn't that document have been presented with the ordinance on the first reading so the public had the benefit to review this and come forward with comments? That brings me to my second point, charter compliance. With Barbara, I called Barbara because I was like, I didn't even think about that. I did exactly as the attorney suggesting, ordinance for ordinance, in a way, I was giving it a check. But then I go back to who does this benefit? Why are we here? Because the benefit needs to be for the governed and not the governing. The residents' concern is that Charter 305 states that competitive bid procedures shall be established by ordinance. So the question for the attorney was, can you explain how this complies with the charter requirement, the competitive bid procedures be established by ordinance? We heard it. We have an ordinance in place, so that's checked. If in the future there were to be amendments to the thresholds, the quote requirements, the exemption, the procurement procedures can be modified through a resolution and purchasing manual, what procurement procedures are actually being established and preserved in the ordinance itself? And that was a question that kept coming. So if we put all the effect of the weight of the ordinance into a resolution, and this is a question, so you might want to correct me if I'm wrong. As I was reading the ordinance, I don't see any substantive related to the procedures themselves that won't go back to 305, that it's established by ordinance, it's established by resolutions. That's one of the questions. I don't want to lose the train of thought, so I'll go, if you can help me with that. On this note, how do you explain how moving forward this sort of procurement procedures into a manual that later, let me rephrase. Can you explain how moving procurement procedures into a manual that might be later be amended by resolution comply with the charter requirement that competitive bidding procedures be established by ordinance? So in the future, go back to, again, it's not us, you have another manager, whoever comes in and decides to change all these powers again, what do they change? They change the resolution because it's a new, I'm sorry, they're changing the ordinance number and that qualifies because all the information lives in the resolution. So that if the charter says you have to change it by ordinance in the future, how do you propose that's done? That would be my second question. I'll go by parts to leave you the ability, and then I have a 3-point and then I end, but I'll stop here because I think.
Let me first answer
You want me to repeat the question?
Commissioner, and for all you all, as it relates to this particular ordinance and this issue in general, I am one of a number of people who have had input into this. I am here willing and able to answer the questions regarding the legality that have been raised. But I will start by saying, not in a million years would I bring forward an ordinance that is being attributed to me, for that matter, for staff, without the direction of this commission first. I think that I made it very clear during the course of the interviews of potential village attorney, which I'm currently sitting as, I am not a policy setter. It is not my function to set policy for this commission or for this village. That is your function. I bring the documents to you for your review and approval at your direction. So I cannot agree that we're doing this for administration. We're doing this for the benefit of the village. To the extent that I am the scrivener of this, I feel comfortable both as the drafter and as the legal analysis that what we're doing conforms to our charter. Charter says, as the vice mayor read, and have it here, competitive bid procedures shall be established by ordinance. If you look at the ordinance that we have before you, it does that. It says that we are going to create a competitive procurement system at the village commission and at the village administrative level. Now, we can disagree, and that's perfectly fine, with do we need to write it out in the entirety of the ordinance, which is, I believe, what Ms. Cole and the vice mayor are saying they would like to see. If that's your direction, I will do it gladly, Vice Mayor. But to the extent that the ordinance gets adopted as it is being proposed and is before you here this evening, I believe it does comply with section 3.05 of the charter, because we are adopting an ordinance that does create a a competitive purchasing system for the procurement of supplies for the village. It talks about what the effect of it is, how it's done. As to the issue of how then the policy or the manual works is, yes, there is an ease of function, not just for administration, but for this commission sitting in its policy setting role. If you want to do it by ordinance, and that's the consensus, the direction of majority of this commission, direct me and I will do it. If that is how you want to do it. But otherwise, I think this is good. It's legal, it's enforceable, and it checks off all the boxes, so to speak. So you asked two interrelated legal questions, which I believe I've answered. I do believe this complies with section 3.05, and it is for the benefit of the community as a whole and of this commission to allow us to drag our purchasing policies and procedures out of the last century into the new century and update them. Now, whether or not you agree or disagree with the thresholds or some of the components, that's next step in the process.
No, so let me be very specific on my questions because those weren't, and so I'm going to be as specific. So that was a statement from me. I want to make sure that the first point on transparency is very clear. You have no one here raising their hand because at the strategic planning session, there was no commissioner sponsoring the idea of moving away from what the charter says related to procurement process. What it did come up when you presented it is that there is an opportunity to update, and at 100% I agree, which is where we are. Okay, I'm saying it doesn't come from residents' concern. It obviously comes because on the day-to-day, there's certain hurdles that we've seen, liability, as I said, risk, blah, blah, that I've said, that I think it deserves the idea of moving this forward and consider it. And the next step is where we are now, which is let's look into that for how many weeks you guys have been working on this. So on that point, If this is for the residents, the package should be completely put together with all the information on the first ordinance reading. That is, for me, and this is my perspective, how we provide the transparency on what we decide together. So I would want to see this last month altogether. If that wasn't the case, I think the process needs to be as needed so that we can get there with everybody's having the opportunity to decide this. Because the ordinance asking for the time. I read the ordinance as if it's a feature that we have 2 months to go through the process. Currently, it's being presented as a bug to fix. And I just don't feel comfortable, and I'm talking just about what it represents, transparency and time through this, that this is the way we are approaching. So I want, that was my statement. My question, my legal question, so is, you answer the first one. Do you feel this in a way represents, the ordinance by ordinance compliance with the charter? We do. The second one, if in the future we were to modify this ordinance, no, not this ordinance, if in the future we were to modify the procurement levels, the manager wants to change it to $100,000, whatever it might be, we change a bunch of the manual. Does it mean that it has to be by resolution or by ordinance? And if it's by resolution, does it still follow the charter direction that you need an ordinance to amend it?
Yes.
Okay,
No.
okay.
You're missing an intermediate step that I tried to explain a moment ago. You would do it by resolution because the ordinance, which complies with section 3.05, gives you that authority to do it that way.
Okay.
Okay.
So it reads
Otherwise, again,
legally.
back to you get if this commission as a majority says, put it all in the ordinance, tell me and I'll do it.
Yeah. Because I think, again, I don't disagree with the 90% of what's in here in the manual, to be honest with you. It's just how we're going about as it's been presented both in the strategic session and so far last month and so far today are a lot of this is fixing the time consumption besides with Christina. It's Christina, right? I'm sorry, Christina, and you made a very good presentation of all the issues in terms of risk, things that are confusing that were sort of floating in the air. But when it comes to village money, and when we're talking about how we move forward for approving our tax dollars from our residents, the time is a huge component of that process, evaluation, and accountability. So I think there's two parts to that. So I do think, given my feedback, the portion of this could be put into the ordinance. And a lot of this, no, I don't know if it's all, how it works, but that would be something to think about. Yeah.
My question is for the next city manager that comes in. Wants to do everything that that's supposed to do. What do you gotta do? You gotta do as a resolution or is it?
So as
It becomes, you adopt it.
Right.
It becomes whatever any manager from this day forward has to follow. And if you want to change it, this commission, not the manager, makes that change by resolution.
to
Okay.
explain it for you.
That explains it.
If we take this and copy and paste this manual and put it into the ordinance, which by the way, the ordinance has 51 lines.
Yes.
That explains our procurement process. This is 18 pages.
Yes.
It's a lot. It would take 2 meetings. If Al moves on, new manager comes in and they're spending like crazy, it would take 2 meetings to rein in the purse strings.
You can't spend like crazy. What are you saying? You have specific amount. I mean, the only change is that you're going to take 2 months instead of a week. Potentially, let me give you the other side of the story to that. So,
Gave you plenty of time. Let me finish.
okay. Yeah, and I'll just close on that feedback you're giving the commissioner.
If we adopt this manual in our ordinance, it would take 2 meetings to change it. However you want to change it, however future commission wants to change it, versus this manual, if you want to change it in 1 meeting, you adopt it as a resolution. You adopt this ordinance as read and you adopt the resolution. That allows us to adopt and change our procurement manual in a more efficient manner than 2 meetings. And it's up to the dais, up to the 5 of us sitting here to decide whether or not that's a good idea for our village or not. I am of the opinion it is. Commissioner Amesor is of the opinion it is not.
No, you're not, I haven't
I don't wanna
finished.
speak for you. I don't want to speak for you.
Wait, please don't. You say that. Please don't speak for me.
But the fact of the matter is, in my opinion, that this is in the benefit of the residents. We only have a code department that's a staff of 2. If they need new laptops and it doesn't fall within the current procurement process, Doreen has to get off the street out of enforcing code and get 3 bids or go through an RFP. We have to be efficient with our personnel because
Yes.
the fact of the matter is, it's tax dollars. Our tax dollars is paying for her salary. It's paying for Issa's salary. So when we draw out a long procurement process for small payments in the grand scheme of things, your public works director is not being a public works director. He's being a procurement officer because he's got to go get 3 quotes or he's got to go through an RFP for very small projects. That's not efficient. If we had a staff of 3,000, by all means, pull one person off the floor, let them take a week to spec out all the laptops.
Can I finish my point since I was in the midst of my presentation? Because you were answering to him, but I was in the midst of you all spoke about it. I waited because I wanted to hear you. I said, I have 3 points. I haven't finished. Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, I'll give it to you, but again, how is this going to work? Are you going to go again through everybody and see what they have to think about what I said, or can I finish my thoughts?
Well, I think without the benefit of speaking on behalf, I've already. Yeah, of course.
And I want to listen to what you say. I'm not saying I don't want to listen. No, I was telling Ryan because it's not that I interrupted Ryan.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm just going to go through this to Commissioner Samaria's point, and it was my 3rd point. A lot of this stuff has to live in a manual. I agree with you. It doesn't need to be 18 pages in the procurement. What are we fixing here? That's my first question. What's broken? Do you have examples of what you decided, like as 3 computers? If that's happening, it's poor budgeting, number 1. Number 2, we have reserves, we have emergency. I mean, you're pulling we pulled $120,000 last year for the Australian pines as an emergency. We're okay with the 3 laptops. The process that we currently have allows for that flexibility already. I think I'm going to be very specific to what the manual says now. Worst case scenario, let's flip it around. You're asking, the manager is asking through this manual, not ordinance, that under $10,000, he does not have to come with absolutely no paperwork. Right now it was $2,500. You guys have been rectifying expenses for $800. So that was a decision from the manager. But here it says from now on, $10,000. So it's 4 times. And I don't have to bring nothing. It's going to be my decision. Tier 2, from $2,500 to $10,000, we were requiring 3 quotes. And the authority remained on the village manager to award to the lowest responsive bidder. Now we're saying 3 quotes when practicable, which means I don't have to, up to $50,000. The village manager has the authority based on best interest determination, not the lowest bidder. And it also does not define what that means. It's completely broad. And again, please correct me as I go. It's my reading.
Want to make a comment about that. So the 3 quotes, if practicable. The reason why the word if practicable is there is because on more than one occasion, not just in this community, but in many others where I've worked in a similar capacity, we can't get 3 quotes. So, that's why we're suggesting and we're attempting to get, but if it's not practicable to get 3 quotes, then we can get by with 2 or God forbid 1. And last but not least, and I want to really emphasize this. This is your document. The manager and I and Ms. Brown aren't asking for anything. We are suggesting this document to you. If you don't like it, propose changes to it.
I'll
and
get
we
to that.
Then follow it.
Can I get to that?
Not that we're asking for it. I think that that's
No, no,
a mischaracterization
Right.
of how we've gotten here.
I hate,
I'm gonna work, I'm gonna do it
hate to
as,
interrupt,
pro-
but if
no,
I
no, no,
were-
don't interrupt.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this ordinance. I'd like to have my trash picked up next year, and we have 20 minutes, and we have to adopt a rule on trash, so I'd like to move on. I make a motion to approve.
Wow. Okay, so you don't even want to know what that, I was in the midst of my presentation. Again, Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna be very, very straightforward here. I just got interrupted for not a legal question. It was an understanding of how it's being read, and I want to be very respectful. I don't take this as someone's trying to tell me what to do. I'm very clear that this is a conversation, it's a discussion for us. I take this as the propose of what's being suggested for us to do. And I was going through the example. So you tell me how procedurally that works, because we haven't even gotten to $50,000. My whole point here is at the worst case scenario, because it answered to Commissioner Samaria's point. You could be, and again, this was for making sure that is how I read it is, you could have a meeting that anything up to $49,000 in one agenda that could become as an emergency meeting, could be a special commission meeting, which you need a week prior to communicate residents, with $150,000 of 3 different vendors with no backup, potentially. Because that's the wording that we have right now. So I think, yes, I would approve the fact of expanding the purchasing power. I would suggest considerations that are in the medium range. So instead of $10,000, maybe it's $5,000 to start with. The tier in the middle, maybe it's 5 to 25. And the other one is, within 25 and up. But I would make changes that is specific to make sure that the accountability relies within the commission. We are multiplying the purchasing power by 4 times. And we don't have those things addressed. So my point tonight, and John, I'm not trying to make this in any way personal to you not being professional, but bringing something that is not. I know that we have the capacity to change this. My point here is that we're not there. And we just got here on Thursday. That exactly is the example on why the ordinance requires like 2 meetings for discussion. So I'm sorry, yeah. I'm sorry, go ahead, I'm done.
So I just want to say just really quick, 2 things. Number one is I understand exactly what you're saying, Commissioner Amsler, and I get it. Having said that, I have full confidence and full faith in our village attorney, 100%. I have full confidence, full faith in our city manager at this point. That doesn't mean that tomorrow might change, but today I do. And so having said that, I'm very comfortable with this as it's been presented, and I'm ready to vote to second Commissioner Huntington's motion.
And to your point, I agree with you. One of the things I will say is the city manager, as they say, only has to come up to 5, always came here with transparency when he's spending 2,000. So this particular city manager, I have transparent. Yeah, over transparent, yes. Like I said, the only concern I have was for future city managers. That's the only, okay, that's all I need to know. Okay.
Go ahead, John.
Point of personal privilege. Commissioner, I apologize if I came across strongly. I hope that during the interviews, I'm passionate about what I do for this village for all my clients. And really my intent, whenever I bring anything before this commission, is to, one, make it easier for this commission, this staff, and this community to accomplish its goals and objectives, and to be responsive to the direction given to me by this commission. I will draft this however this commission tells me to do so. If it's fine, if there's a majority that is okay with it the way it is, we'll do so. If the direction is to take that manual and put it into the ordinance with whatever changes, again, I'm here to follow your direction. The only thing is you move forward and potentially vote on this ordinance. It's with the one recommendation of the change in paragraph section 2 of the ordinance. I have already incorporated into the draft. Section 2-131, policy. Line 20 through, it would say hereby establishes a competitive procurement and purchase.
Right, I recall you mentioned that, John.
Can I ask a question? Christina's still on the line. Which municipalities were sort of, or John as well, tested for this? Because the other analysis that I was doing is around us and other municipalities. And their cap is usually at 25,000. So we will be making a huge, this is like incredible because, so we're one of the smallest municipalities with the smallest budget, with a higher purchasing power relied on the manager. I think that would exactly be that. Again, it would have been nice to have that information so that we can consider that. That's
Mr. Mayor, if I will, we have a motion and a second on the floor, and Commissioner is asking questions about the resolution. The motion and the second are on the ordinance.
Fair point. So I was going to make a comment on this because we have ordinance first and then resolution after that. I'm going to be very quick because we have very little time left, and I understand the time sensitive item that you raised. Look, the legality of this, the comments were well taken from the residents. The comments, Commissioner, that you raised, well taken too. I'm confident in John's analysis from the legality perspective. Policies and procedures, I think, are something that we've all talked about for years now that we need. This being one, procurement, we have social media policies and procedures coming.
Yes.
We have HR policies and procedures coming.
Yes.
We have communications policies and procedures coming. So the necessity of this, I agree with.
Yeah.
I don't want to speak for you again. I think I agree with you that it is necessary. I think that going back to the resolution, I'm comfortable with commission oversight and commission approval. So when things need to be changed, this is resolution. I don't want to mix one and the other, but we can talk about what's in the actual resolution. But for the purposes of the ordinance, we have the motion in the second for the ordinance. So I would ask the clerk to please call the roll on the ordinance because we have the motion in the second.
Mayor Gura,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Amsler,
So again, I'm not against the ordinance, so I think it's more the resolution.
To interrupt the vote, just for transparency, Commissioner Gonzalez is now the vice mayor.
Well, that was on consent. That's right.
I apologize.
He was the vice mayor tonight.
I apologize, Commissioner. Commissioner Amsler,
So what I was saying, I don't disagree with the ordinance. Again, my comments were what I think it's going to be reflected on the resolution more than anything. If I can, I would just add one thing for consideration on your motion. Is John, is that I put here a written legal opinion from the village attorney on chapter 305 compliance before the final adoption. Could we have a written, because right now we have it in form. We have the analysis of what the manual looks like, but I would like legal opinion behind this, that the charter's compliant before the adoption. If you guys, I don't know, think it's needed.
You gave a legal opinion.
Commissioner. Yeah. Okay.
These three of you, but I'll copy the other two if you so direct or wish. I've already opined on that issue in writing as well as here this evening. But again, I'll do, I'll put that in the form of a formal memo. That's the desired condition.
I think that for me would be all that I would ask to approve the ordinance
We
then.
have a vote going on here.
Just for a matter of procedure. I think the commissioner was offering an amendment to my motion.
Yes.
I think you can't do that in mid roll call vote. I would extend that direction to have that email forwarded to all the rest of the commission, but I don't think we can really amend a motion mid roll call.
Oh,
Kind of got to finish the roll
Okay.
call first.
Okay.
So
I think that's fine. If John, if you wouldn't mind sharing that opinion with us. Thank you, John.
Commissioner Amsler,
Yes. The amendments.
there is no amendment. Vice Mayor Gonzalez,
yes.
Commissioner Huntington,
Yes.
Commissioner Samara.
Since I trust the attorney and the answer is yes, since I trust the attorney and the city manager at this time.
The item passes on second reading 5-0.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. So the resolution, I know
I
represents.
apologize, as amended, because
Because John amended, yeah, the language, I understand. Okay, thank you. The resolution, I think, offers some additional discussion. I know, Commissioner, you mentioned a few things in there that you'd like to discuss. We still have to approve the solid waste tonight. So
Yeah.
the resolution kind of is part and parcel of this. I understand there's some provisions of it, Commissioner Amsler, that you'd like to discuss. I mean, I would ask if there's a motion from the commission at this time.
Well, hold on, before we defer this, you just adopted an ordinance that says you would refer to the manual, and then now we're not gonna have a manual. So if Al's gotta buy something tomorrow, what does he do?
Well, you have time. I mean, the rest.
I could draft my own manual.
I guess
The
that's true.
resolution, hold on, so the resolution that establishes all the processes, you're saying if we pass the ordinance, it's not yet.
Pass an ordinance that says
Right.
that you
Yeah.
consult the manual.
And the manual's
Or
a
purchasing.
resolution. So if we
But
don't
then if you
approve the
defer it,
resolution, there is no
then Al
manual.
can't buy anything tomorrow because
Right.
he doesn't have a manual to consult because it hasn't been adopted.
And should we not
Understood.
discuss it? And then let's talk about the resolution.
Yeah, we have to then, because it has to be adopted.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
you know, I don't, we have some other very sensitive items on the agenda. You're about to lose, at 10 o'clock, you're gonna lose one of the commission. So
Yeah.
We need to move forward on this.
Who's leaving at 10 o'clock, do you know?
Sure.
Oh, you said that? Okay, so I'll make a motion to extend for another 30 minutes so we can continue the agenda.
Do we have a second? How about 15 minutes?
Guys,
Motion to extend for 15 minutes?
it's supposed to be super important and we're gonna do it in 15 minutes?
With all due respect, I don't think the 15 minutes is gonna be able to accomplish what we.
No, you're not.
All right, so are you seconding the motion? Yeah, I know.
Hey, you still have a quorum.
So then I'll second the motion because we've got to get some of this stuff done. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
30. If we use it. Sorry. What was the vote? Did we,
Just vote it.
yeah, aye.
I don't know the rest.
No.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So as far as the resolution for the procurement manual, um, you know, I understand, Commissioner, you have a few things that you wanted to point out. As far as I'm concerned, I really only wanted to talk about the thresholds. So
Mainly my thing. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, I made a lot of remarks. These are great changes. That's why I think the ordinance needed to pass and the manual needed to be created. Solicitation methods, minimum notice period, professional consultant assistant, a work criteria for ITBs, all of this stuff, I think it's amazing.
so then the question is how we feel about the three thresholds. It's only three thresholds that we have to discuss if we want to make any changes to. I mean, that's really the only thing that I had earmarked for discussion on this.
Yes.
So, you know, I know you raised a couple of points about these numbers, so what do we think about?
The way,
I don't want to speak for you. so-
If maybe just a point of order, maybe we just go down the line. If you're okay with it, you're okay with it. If not, propose changes.
Yeah.
And that we understand that why you're not okay with it, just propose changes and we'll go from there. If three people say they're yes, let's vote.
let me, if you don't mind, unless you'll have a different proposal, you understand. I was thinking again, what's sort of a middle point and what specific changes was get us through the modernizing it, but now making it flexible enough with certain accountability behind.
Yeah, he did. He did. So then I guess, Commissioner, if
Yes.
you're thinking about proposals, I mean, I know there's been some discussion about approving. What would you consider proposal be?
So commission approval thresholds lower to 25 and not 50, consistent with,
So the top end, you're saying 25?
so that's the max, right?
Max,
So
okay.
consistent with, this is me researching on my own Surfside, Pinecrest, South Miami, and the majority of the peer municipalities around us.
Okay.
Number two, that currently where it says on the middle tier, where it says from 10 to 50, which we would change 10 to 25.
Okay.
Instead of best interest standard, replace with lowest bidder. And then allow the manager the flexibility to come with a written override and report. Sort of, if in fact there is a consideration to be done for quality, for proximity, for other things are not to be taken just a little on the bidding price, then he would have the override opportunity. What that creates is a report from the manager back to the commission. And it sort of creates a log of what we're approving and why it's not being considered. So he still has the flexibility instead of what currently sits is that he does it, he doesn't tell anybody.
Okay.
Number three, monthly purchasing report to the commission for all manager authorized purchases, which is a standard compensating control when thresholds are raised. I was reading about there's organization and best practices. It says if you're going to be doing this, you have to have sort of a report on purchases. Otherwise, how do you keep track of what's happening? It could be that, again, in 1 month, we're spending $300,000. When do you see that if our finances are reflected later on, a month to 2 months after?
Okay.
And number four, I think we've accomplished because it was just the legal opinion about the charter so that this commission feels safe that in a way there is a written legal opinion behind the charter question that came up. Those are my proposals.
Okay. All right.
That would leave few other questions on the table. But I will start with that. I think that's the first, the core of the conversation today.
I got a minute left, so may I speak?
Go for it.
So Al and I spoke about this, and it is my understanding that he still would be required to obtain 3 bids for every single expenditure over, over $10,000, right? So anything between 10,000 and currently is 50,000, you would still be required to obtain 3 proposals, correct?
No, it says village manager or department director may purchase without commission approval or competitive procurement. It does not say anything about the manager bringing any 3 quotes.
Okay, so what is it? Is it or isn't it? do you still have to get the three? We're not talking about going out for bid. We're talking about getting 3 proposals for any job over $10,000. Is that the case or not?
Says under 7B, it says, but shall require the manager to obtain quotes from at least 3 different vendors when practicable, which John addressed the use of that language
Under 10,000.
between 10 and 5.
Correct, but under 10, no.
Correct. Under 10,
So right now, $2,500, remember, he was not bringing anything.
Right.
That now turns into 10. He doesn't need to bring anything. That's what it says.
Okay.
My proposal is that we lower that to 5. To your point, Commissioner, what you're talking about is that the next tier here says $10,000 to $50,000 requires 3 quotes when practical, which means could or could not. That's my issue. And instead of, so where I'm suggested that instead of a best interest is also in the same bracket, we change that. But we have had that. I don't know if you remember when there was a fixing of a tractor. I think there was this company, they only existed and they only did it. And yes, so there wasn't 3 bids. That's going to happen. And at that point, we'll have the discussion. But I would change that to should always have 3 bids. Unless you can. That's what I'm saying. And by can, we've been there. And so it could happen then you don't have a specialized 3 vendors or so.
go ahead, John.
Trying to follow along as the discussion, just potentially, have in place a first do very quickly. As I understand it, the changes that have been discussed at this point, chapter 7 of the purchasing manual, it goes A, 10,000, B, 10,000, 25,000, and then over 5,000.
So are you reading what we currently have or?
He's reading, he's
What
trying
we
to keep
know.
along with what you're proposing.
Okay, so let me just,
That, what's next?
so the tiers will be under $5,000, no quotes.
Less than 1,000. Then now section B changes to not less than, more than 10, now goes to 5,000.
That would be my proposal. Then the next tier is from 5 to 25, and then the manager is required to bring 3 quotes. Then anything above 25 comes for the commission for approval.
Okay.
Those are the 3 tiers.
Yes. All right.
For me, I see what Commissioner Amsler is trying to do, but I just don't see the point in giving flexibility and the same point handcuffing. 25,000, you can very easily get over the threshold of 25,000 and have to go out to bid for very, very small projects.
Like what? Like when you say that, I just want to understand, when have we needed, this is my question when I was thinking about, when there's any big money has come to us for approval in the commission always.
But Commissioner, think about that, $25,000 that you would have to go out to bid, ask for proposals, have them respond.
We've done it for 20 years.
For $26,000 when something needs to be done, to me.
On the budget that we have, let me put you in context, because we don't have the research done today. You may have had conversation, but there's nothing here that says, what are the other municipalities with our budget doing? So I don't know if you've done that research. Miami Shores, again, the ones I named, I'm going to put.
When were those adopted?
Doesn't matter what they have now.
Matter because ours was adopted 12 years ago, and we're
Okay, and you want to go from 10 years, 20 years ago, from 10 grand on procurement to 50, 5 times, when the blanket around what I've done research about is 25. On budgets, there are 3, 4, 5, 6 times ours.
Yes, and they have 3, 4, 5, 6 times the staff that we have.
So it's to compensate on staff?
No, it's to provide government efficiency. So if
Okay, so efficiency again. So I think again, okay, so you heard my proposal. I understand what you're saying. So again, that goes to the efficiency. You call it efficiency, I call it transparency and oversight, and I call it government. We need to do. There's only one that the manager can answer to on any of these questions is us. And you're just saying you don't have to. For a certain amount of, that overrides what other municipalities are doing. So again, I think it's too much. I think we need to improve it. I'm doing double from $2,500 to $5,000, from $10,000, so it literally goes about by double folds. And it sort of merges us with the rest of small municipalities.
Right, would I be correct in assuming that you would be in favor of what was presented initially, the 10 to 50 and then,
as proposed.
okay.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do this then. I'm gonna go right down the middle.
Yeah.
That's because that's just the way that I see this working out.
Want to say
So
under
do you have an
7,500 for the first year?
I'd say,
That's middle. Hold on. Middle between her.
hold on. I'm gonna say 10. I'm gonna keep 10 as the lower threshold. I'm gonna go 10 to 30 and then I'm gonna go 30 and up.
Oh, so no bidding requirements for up to $10,000.
Correct. But we cap the middle where we get 3 bids, we go from 10 to 30. And then, so it's trying to broker the difference between the 50 coming closer down to the 25, I think. But capping it at the 30.
A good deal is when no one is happy. So I'll accept that. That sounds good.
That's what I would propose. It keeps it closer to the thresholds that you were recommending. It keeps the cap closer, far closer to what you're recommending, because I understand the perspective you're coming from. I'm just trying to get us to the middle. So that's what I would propose.
So you're just proposing to change, so any wording consideration or is just changing the amounts?
Well, what other wording are we talking about? The practicable, as far as I'm concerned, the attorney has told us that the definition of that, the legal definition of that fits within the means of the 3 bids. If you want to change it to require 3 bids, but in the event 3 bids are not obtained, less. I think it does the same thing. But if you prefer that wording, I'm cool with that.
Unless like, force, what do you call, when there's like no control over, that.
So, but I think if you say to get 3 bids, unless 3 bids are not procured, then however many bids are procured. I think that does this. I think it's the same thing.
What happens now when we get less than 3 bids for a procurement, process? We get 2. Yeah, so here we're saying we'll go with the lowest of the 2 only if it's in the best interest, and there is no determination what that means.
Well, I would assume that if we're going to bid on something that we need, that it's in the best interest.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't say it's price. So now what does it define as best interest? So now, again, because I think about this as opportunities that might come up. So before it was based on price. Now we're saying the manager has sort of the flexibility to consider what its best interest. It's his determination, right?
Commissioner, I think the next, not, but in the parentheses there, it says, the brackets, it says not lowest bidder. I think that's explaining to you what best interest is. It's
No, it
always
says it's not gonna
always
be
the
price.
lowest bidder.
That's what I'm saying.
Could be whatever. Like,
So it's not the price. So what is it?
what's in best interest of the village? Look at the
What is
street
that?
project currently. We didn't go with the lowest bidder. We went with the next up because the lowest bidder stopped responding to us.
Okay, so I think instead of the best interest, my suggestion was that you consider lowest bidder plus the written overriding report.
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
So is it my understanding, so if I was out to go out and get 3 bids, those 3 bids would come before the commission for approval with the resolution.
Okay.
So the wording is I would have to report that to the commission. Reporting it is to place it on the agenda with the resolution. That's my understanding.
That's, John, that's the purpose and the intent and the reading of the language as it exists.
I'll be honest on conversation. Cheating my understanding is it's less than $10,000.
Yeah.
Manager has significant discretion. It's not necessarily paying the gross.
Right.
If it's being proposed, if it's 10,000, $30,000, then he is going to have to pay lease unless it's not practical.
Okay.
And that he has, again, the flexibility to take into a variety of factors, including price, and ultimately what is believed to be in the best of the.
And she'll document that the basis for such.
Right. So
Does not apply for any reporting requirement of fish. Put that in, that's certainly.
And I think that's what Al's saying.
Yeah,
is
and that's the current requirement. If I go out and get 3 bids,
It's not there now.
well, yeah, that's a simple fix.
Why don't
So,
Proposing, that's
we
it.
allow keeping the language as is and then adding that would the however you want to put it in legal, that there will be a reporting resolution. That way, if he chooses not to go with the lowest bidder, it will be in the resolution as to why. And I think that's a good happy medium.
Okay.
That's perfect.
Okay. I'm happy with those changes. I just wanted to find something that we could go down the middle and all agree on. I understand that we may all not be comfortable with it, as you mentioned, but that's kind of where we are, and I think that that's probably in the best.
And again, you repeat the thresholds that you're proposing.
The thresholds that I was proposing was the first tier is 10, the second tier is 10 to 30, and the third tier is 30 now. Yep. Yep.
This tier is 30.
30, correct.
so for 10, I would have to get 3 bid quotes and we come before the commission.
With the written report, the resolution written report.
Yeah, and the last 10,000, I still have to report that to the finance department and have backup and
Right.
everything else.
Correct.
And have everything else to make that purchase, and it have to be budgeted and everything.
Understood.
Oh, under 10? No, sorry.
Under 10, I still have to
Under 10.
report it to finance and then go through it and have,
Yes.
Right.
have receipts for it and everything else.
Understood. Okay, John, at the risk of moving too quick for you to keep up, sorry. I would move to adopt the resolution with the language that we just discussed. Well, at your opportunity. No, if you don't choose to, Dan, you can.
Just take the vote.
Okay. Then I would move to
Drag this whole meeting on. I mean,
I would move to adopt the resolution with the changes to the manual that we just discussed right now. Is there a second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No, I was thinking about it.
To record the vote. So what was the vote? 3-1?
No, she hasn't voted yet.
Did. You repeat what changes you're gonna make then, so that I'm clear on what I'm voting on.
Thresholds are under 10 or below. The next tier is 10 to 30,000 with the reporting requirement to the commission. And then the last one is anything over 30,000 must come from the commission.
Go through the competitive procurement procedures.
Correct. Process.
Correct. Correct.
As we have it right now in the, that doesn't change per se. Yes, I'm okay with that.
Okay. Okay, so listen, that resolves that resolution. Al, which one is the most time pressing right now? Is it the solid waste one?
It's solid waste, and also we got Granicus, a representative from Granicus has been here all night.
Oh, wow.
And Freebie is very important. We need to pass that tonight.
All right, well, let's start with solid waste because I think that should be pretty quick. John, sorry, I'm going to jump around a little bit. Is the commissioner all right with me kind of?
This is resolution 2026-44 entitled "A Resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, establishing the preliminary solid waste assessment rate for fiscal year 2026-2027, directing the preparation of an assessment roll, providing for a public hearing and notice thereof, and providing for conflict, scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date."
Thank you, John. Do I have a motion and a second? Move to discussion.
Motion.
To move to discussion.
Okay, sorry, I got to use the restroom. Discuss.
Just very quick, nothing's changing. So the rate is staying the same. This is just a procedural process that we all have to go through. The final adoption resolution will be next month.
And so the vendor is asking for an increase. So with gas prices going up, the vendor did ask for an increase, but in reviewing the contract, it says it's solely determination of the village manager if there is an increase or not. And I did not elect to increase it this year.
There's no change here. That's great news. I know this is the last year of our contract, so expecting. But I make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Take the liberty or wait for
Gotta wait, I think.
I think he can hear us, so we could just say there's a motion on the floor and it's like,
From there?
yeah, I think he can hear us.
I'm coming. Apologies. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. All right,
Sure that you voted.
Granicus. Yeah, if you could, please. So, sorry, we do the resolution first. John, can you read the resolution for us, please?
Yes.
This is a.
Resolution number 2026 -41. Resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, authorizing the village manager to execute an agreement with Granicus LLC for digital government platform services, including live streaming, online forums, and website hosting, and providing for scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date.
Make a motion to approve resolution 2026-41, approve an agreement with Gretchen's and website.
Second.
You have anything that you'd like to present, or are you just here for our?
Here to support. So any questions you folks may have, I'm happy to answer for you. Working with the village manager.
Can give us a 5-minute introduction.
Sure. So
Give forward as a vendor.
absolutely. So we've been working with the village manager to help with a couple of needs of the village, specifically around updating and modernizing the website for a couple of needs, specifically for modernization capabilities, mobile capabilities, as well as for ADA compliance requirements. Title II WCAG 2.2 is going to be required by the village by 2027. So this will help you guys get prepared for that and make sure you are ADA accessible for the website. In addition to that, we're going to help you with digitizing your forms. Commissioner Huntington actually mentioned having printing out a form and putting it on his desk will help with that to be able to digitize all those forms and create the workflows on the back end, relieving stress and strain on your current staff. One final thing, we're also going to be providing video streaming capabilities for your meetings and commission meetings to be able to access online. Very capable modern solution beyond the capabilities you guys have today. So that's kind of what we're proposing. 3 different areas there: website for modernization, ADA accessibility, as well as digitizing your forms and workflow processes, and then finally streaming video capabilities for your meetings.
Thank you. Remind me, your name?
My name is Michael. I'm sorry.
Michael. Thank you, Michael. Look, I know we already heard from Granicus when we did the workshop on all this. We voted to move forward with Granicus because you do everybody around here. The capabilities are robust. The video is great. The video playback where you can just click on the agenda. It's interactive. It's fantastic. And we're under budget. We budget.
Always a good thing.
So it's an easy. I mean, for me, it's an easy yes. But certainly, you know, understanding we've got only about 9 minutes left in our meeting,
Sure.
I'll ask if there's any questions for you, very briefly.
Could you just explain it all, Mr. Mayor?
Just for transparency, you know, one thing I asked during that workshop is whether or not the building fund, which is a primary function of our website, could fund some of this.
Yes.
And our monthly cost would be going up, but I've been informed by the manager that that is going to happen, that the building fund will fund a portion of this website. So it becomes kind of a cost neutral upgrade for us, and moving into, you know, them sharing some of the responsibility of that website, which brings their customers to the, you know, the service.
That's important context. Thank you.
It's great context, and I think it's very needed, and I'm very excited for having you guys on board. It's
Absolutely.
100%, yeah.
Very excited as well. So I'm the director of the local government team, and partnership is paramount to us. So anything you need from our folks, from our team, partnership will be the top priority for us, right? Software is going to do what it does, but it's the resolutions, the reactions that we can help you with. So I'll make sure to be very close with village manager as well as yourself, Mayor, for anything you folks need. I'm based out of Washington, D.C., but your local account executive is right in Miami, Aldo Cardona.
Fantastic. Well, Michael, that was the easiest presentation you've ever had to do, I bet.
It probably was.
Okay,
Yeah.
fantastic.
Thank you for having me.
So we already have a motion in a second, so it's a resolution. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for being patient with us.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
All right, so the next time sensitive one is the freebie resolutions. Again, we're just jumping.
If I will,
Yeah.
if there's consensus of commission, could we take a cap? I think that's going to be another
Cap is
right through. It's a piggyback. It's extending our,
Yes.
you know,
the engineering one.
yes.
Yeah.
And C.
Yeah, engineering.
The engineering service. Yeah. Okay. So let's. I'm comfortable with that. I know we're being trying to be efficient with the time remaining that we have. So let's look at C. Go ahead, John, if you could read it for us.
Resolution number 2026-43 entitled Resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving a piggyback agreement with CAP Engineering, Inc. for construction management and construction engineering inspection services associated with the Village Stormwater Drainage Improvements Phase 2A project, authorizing the village manager to execute the agreement and any related documents on behalf of the village, and providing for conflict, scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date.
I make a motion to approve resolution 2026-43 piggyback agreement with CAP for engineering service.
Second.
So, Mr. Manager, did you want to introduce it?
Yeah, so what this provides is for, we have 2 projects coming on. The first one is the ARPA stormwater project. It's over $1 million. This will allow, as we did in the past stormwater project, is to have an on-site engineer overlooking the process and be our eyes and ears, our project manager, if you will, to make sure the project runs smoothly and there's no overruns, and that we're on time and under budget.
And just for clarity, this is being funded through the ARPA funds, correct?
Yeah, this whole project is being funded through the ARPA fund.
And this is part of that.
This would be part of that.
Okay. Are there any questions for Al on the resolution?
You said this is exactly what we did on the previous storage. Automatic.
Yes, yeah, I had consulted with the engineer that we're bringing on, and he actually worked for Mario at the time. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. If there's no other questions, then I'll ask all in favor of the resolution.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great, thank you. So then the last time sensitive one, at least, is letter E, the freebie rideshare agreement. That's 2026-45. John, could you read that for us, please?
Resolution number 2026-45, resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving an on-demand rideshare agreement between the Village of Biscayne Park and Be Free LLC, using a competitively awarded agreement by another governmental agency and providing for conflict, scrivener's errors, severability, and effective date.
Thank you, John. Do I have a motion? Yeah, it's for discussion. Okay, I'll second since Ryan usually does that and he's up there. John, well, I just want to ask if there's any introduction for it. John, is this more of the manager's introduction?
Well, I can, this,
If you could.
all directed at the last commission meeting for staff to move forward with the
renewal?
into a
We got Issa too.
agreement with Freebie.
Yep.
As discussed, and the document before you implements that direction. And the staff is here to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks, John. Well, Issa has also been the direct point of
But
contact.
the city manager was explaining to me, so I voted yes on this before, and my concern is well, I'll let the city manager explain it, the $100 and something thousand that the money can be used for something else.
Okay.
Whatever, I'll let him explain.
Is there any character you can?
Only updates just based off the commission's direction. We met with Freebie afterwards. They've already added the Publix on Biscayne to the route. I know we talked about extending it to the full 5-mile radius. In discussions with Freebie, we thought better start at 3 miles, so then we can gauge the response time of the trip taking. If we go straight to 5 miles and now we're waiting 30 minutes for one trip to get back with traffic and things like that. So they're going to extend the mile radius to 3 miles first, because we do only have that one vehicle.
Okay.
And see what the times are getting back in the wait times, how that extends the wait times, and then gauge that. If it doesn't affect it too drastically, then we can always extend to the 5, but I just thought it would be better to kind of gradually move
Start
out.
slow.
Right.
Yeah.
Obviously, as directed, in 6 months, we'll bring an evaluation back to you all and far in advance of the contract ending in 1 year from today's date.
Any questions for Issa?
After Issa, but I have to wait until the city manager comes, because I had
no
a
problem.
meeting with him and he gave me something different, and I want to be sure I have my.
I'll go.
Sure.
For me, I was against this and I'm still against this.
Instead-
And what really brings it home for me is looking at this month's report, and you can see from June 2024 to today, that's a negative trend. Every month after month, we're getting less and less ridership. If that was my stock portfolio, I would sell it. It's not a good investment. This money can be spent on road repair. We just talked about how we could be losing funds, or we had residents talk about potholes. I would much rather see this money spent on something that is a tangible need in this village than spend it on a depreciating ridership. I understand it's being used by few, but our roads are being used by all. And for me, this is a no-brainer. If we would have done this in 2021, the $120,000 we would have put towards road repair every year, that would have been over $1 million, or am I doing the math right? There'd been a lot of money in road repair. I'm tired. The fact of the matter is we didn't, and now we've paid into the service that is depreciating month after month. We're having less and less ridership. We tried for a month. We extended it to 127th Street Publix, 224 riders. In January of 2024, we had 483 riders. We're trending down every month. It's not going up. To me, this is the time to move on to something else that are going to have a bigger community benefit, especially understanding that we're going to be losing revenue, and this revenue can only be spent on transit, road. It's to me, that's the best place. To
How much money would that liberate for roads?
120,000, 80% of it. 80% can be spent on roads, 20% can be spent on transit, which include our bus shelters, which we have none. If it rains right now and you're using the bus, you're
I'm saying if how much money could we?
Sorry, very
potentially
quickly,
put
it's
that?
30. I just moved to extend by 5 minutes to finish this discussion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, go ahead.
I was trying to understand your math of moving that into potholes. How much is that for the village?
Let me multiply.
Oh, okay.
96.
Well, it was, you had asked too, if, about the road repair, how much of the 120 could go to the road repair, and it's just as Commissioner Huntington is saying, that 80% of that money could go to the roads. And 20% has to go to transit, and Issa was on the line with me when we were talking to Miami-Dade County, and the Miami-Dade County representative says, you know, it seems prudent that you should fix your roads before you have a transportation component, you know? That if your roads are in such disrepair as you're telling us, which we're telling you, that we, you know, our phone's ringing off the hook just on about roads, that her comment was that we should fix our roads before we have a transportation component.
We have to spend money on transportation.
Well, you're getting money from the county. You're getting that $120,000 is from the penny sales tax. So that money comes to you automatically.
Right.
But you had chose back in, I guess, 2021 to have this transportation component. Not every city has that. You know, you could use the money, as we learned, that you could use 20% for transit, which she's telling us, bus benches. We don't have any on Sixth Avenue. The only place we have, we had at one time, Issa thought that the bus service had been canceled. So wouldn't be a good use of the money, but now we understand that bus service is still in operation. So that 20% would be a good investment, that you're putting bus benches out on Sixth Avenue so that people aren't standing out in the rain.
Commissioner Ames, you asked how much 80%.
The other 80% is going to roads, yeah.
You asked how much 80% would be of 120. It's 96,000. So over the 6 years freebie together, that would have been $576,000 that would have gone towards roads.
Yeah, my notes that came with a matching grant. So not all the money is that we have it in order to go and put it into roads.
So we are meeting our requirements for right? We have to have a certain amount of money for transportation, right?
Right, yeah.
And we're
So
both meeting that.
Commissioner Gonzalez had asked me, so, you know, with that money, how many roads could we fix? So we're fixing this road here around the log cabin, both sides. It's approximately $40,000, I think. Yeah, or 30,000. I forget. I think it's about $40,000. So that we're looking at at least 2 roads a year that that you could fix for using that money.
And we can at any point cancel this contract with no penalty.
I think you said there was a penalty.
If that was the case and we wanted to I mean, there was a whole conversation and assess, again, we're changing ways of how we're going to approach roads, right? And it can be in multiple ways. I'm trying to understand, could it happen that when we make the assessment of what needs to be done first, which streets are more important than others, at that stage, we look into what that means. We're about to head into budget season. Maybe that's where we cut it. Again, we don't have numbers here, and as an alternative B, that was the main issue coming up. We were against a deadline. We had to make this happen. And there was no other option except for the idea that could be invested in roads. That's why we're here. If we're going to have a conversation about budget season, which is around the corner, and there is the comparison of $40,000 invested here and what that could be done, and we don't have the analysis now, but if there is, maybe we can cancel if there's no penalties.
If I remember correctly, Issa, correct me, something about if we cancel the freebie now, there's no guarantee that we'll be able to get it in the future. Did I remember something like that? Oh, just the price. Okay.
And then the other component is the FDOT grant,
That's
which
what I
they're
was
changing the policy of that. which that's the other component of this that we're on the deadline for that as well, of
Yes.
renewing that contract as well.
That is $60,000?
That's 60,000.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. It's not that, so from our pocket right now, how much are we paying for freebie?
Well, that's
Well, we're billed at $10,000 a month.
No, I
right.
know that.
We pay $120,000 based on our service, but like we've discussed with CITT, we've been working to get that money back. So some of that money hasn't rolled over. So it's that 120 is budgeted in our budget
Okay,
to pay that every year,
but we have,
with the expectation that we're getting the money back from the county here and CITT on the other end.
that's what I'm saying. So let's say that at the end of the day, we get all the grant money back, the CIT team, any sort of moving parts that it does
The
not,
goal was it for it to be a wash, that it,
Yes.
right.
it would have been a wash. But if it isn't, how
No.
much
Well,
is from out?
So I think the main point is that we're spending over the 20% that we have to for transit to cover it, which if we took out the freebie component of it, it would be more money that we can use in transportation. So we're cutting into the 20% that technically we need to use.
So
We're spending more than the 20%.
do you have a number or no?
Uh,
What's the money that comes from the village and not count, again, we get money from grant for a specific use.
so yeah, the 20% of what we would get from CITT, I think would be about $37,000. So that
Okay, so
difference of that 60.
So it's not that we have $120,000 or $80,000 that
No,
we
I don't think you understand what he's saying. He's saying 20% is what we would have to spend on transit, not what we would have if we didn't have. You have to spend 80%.
Yes.
You can spend up to 80%
Right.
on transportation, right?
Right.
And then you have to spend up to 20% on transit.
Yeah, but the money that comes in, that's how we spend it. So I'm talking about how it comes in. What
So
are we actually
What's
getting?
the
we're
total
spending 60 out of, so 37,000 would be 20%, but we're spending 60. So it's technically cutting what, $23,000 out of what we could be using on transportation.
That's what I'm saying. But so it's not that we have $90,000 for this. As you're reading it, because we're getting money specifically.
Right, it's
to
like
compensate
$25,000
for the
more we could be using towards roads,
that you can
designated towards roads.
Exactly. Thank you. All right. So understood. I'm 100% on this because we don't have now an option B. Like I said last time when you were presenting this, I'm happy to hear other options. If we can do one road at a time and it costs 40 grand, we should have started 3 years ago. I think that's what was my line. I'm happy to consider it on the next budget cycle.
True, understood, but we still.
We
got
got
the
to,
contract.
yeah.
So I know we have a motion to second on the contract. Are there any other questions before we call for the vote?
No.
All right, so then all in favor of approving the resolution?
No.
No.
Yes.
And if it ties, John, does it die? Well, I would have voted yes, but it will die because it tied at 2-2. I voted yes, but it does not get renewed because the 2-2 tie.
Then the money goes towards,
Well, now we can talk about applying that money towards
to the,
the roads,
towards the roads.
right? Which is certainly a good use for it.
What I
right.
would ask, Mr. Manager, what I would want to know is what the money is. With all this conversation of what comes from CITT, how much money by eliminating our freebie do we actually have to put on roads? That would be my question. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we're over. I see we only have 2 items that we're going to need to be rolled over to next agenda. I have 11B and 12A. And having no other business this evening, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everybody. Well, I mean, I guess we'll get some new roads out of it.